5.
Means we're live. Poor Joe got taken by surprise because there was a comment made about his lumberjack attire, and he just stared and went, "What?" But anyway, happy Saturday! We're back. We are sadly down to Vogly as she is on a trip, but we are going to be continuing this episode, which I was just telling to the players that if something comes up in which we obviously need a Vogly present for that, we might end the night a little earlier. But for now, we will carry on with some of the split the party shenanigans that we have started.
It's gonna be a short night.
Episode. It might be a short night. We don't know. Thanks, Agnes. I appreciate it. I got a DM inspiration out the gate. I appreciate that at the very least. But before we hop into everything and give the recap and all that shit, we're gonna let everyone introduce themselves, starting with Nenners, who is just jamming and eating at the same time.
I don't know why you gotta throw me under the bus all the time, but my name is Nenners. I play Valen. He's trying to get these guys back on the monster killing track instead of the give them time to do bad things track. So that's his goal. But we do have to kill the monsters in Nurse's head, and she's not here, so that makes it weird. But
we're killing the monsters in Nurse's head.
This poor boy has had that song in his head for at least 2 days.
I'm going to shoot him if he sings it again.
Please don't. You can't say that on the internet because now it's premeditated. You went from murder 2 to murder 1.
I can get away with it. I'm white, but you know.
Anywho, next Friday, assuming I don't get slave labor to death, we are going to be playing Pathfinder because that's what happened last Friday, and that's why I missed it. So apologies for that.
By last Friday, he means yesterday.
And by yesterday, yeah, I just fucking I don't want to talk about it. Anyways, where's my brain? You just fucking discombobulated me. I don't think I have anything relevant to say outside of that, so I'm gonna pass it off to the world's greatest lumberjack. Joe, please take it away.
It's the greatest lumberjack.
I was gonna say that I've never cut down a tree, but that's false. Back when I lived at home, and I haven't put up a tree in my house for Christmas because it's just me. But there was a time when I lived at home and we would get a tree and we cut down a real tree. And at a certain point, I was trusted with the saw. So I've cut down a handful of trees over years. In any case, Joe, I'm playing Kiroso, and we're gonna reunite some gems with some peoples. Probably, hopefully, maybe. The rolls were in my favor. So we'll see what's going on, and then we'll just try and pump the brakes, get everybody to calm the fuck down. After that's done, and see what we can do. But yeah, just here to be a chill fish druid in the desert. But other than being here and being the okayest lumberjack, I'm here just all the time. I'm here on Wednesdays and Fridays for Pathfinder and Taz Team M, and every other Sunday, not tomorrow, the other Sundays, my channel, Microcosmic God, I've been playing Mass Effect. We're on Mass Effect 2. It's RNG, so all the skill points, the class, which missions we do, who goes on them, all the dialogue options, all RNG. It has made some upsetting choices. It's far too fond of Cerberus, but we'll see what the RNG does as we continue. And that's me having said things, and this is me saying that Flanny should say things.
Hi, I'm Flanny. I'm playing Rylan. He's a Furbolg Paladin, and he has lots of animal friends. Kit, take it away.
Hi, call me Kid. You'll see me on this channel every now and then. Do I sound alright, by the way?
Yeah, you sound good.
Okay, we were having issues earlier. You'll see me every now and then here. I'm currently playing Elda. She is a Ascendant Dragon Monk. She likes shiny stuff and punching stuff. That's really all that she does. She's currently sitting downstairs wearing Ryland's helmet. I remember that.
I forgot about that.
Take it away.
Well, you got really quiet for me.
He did for me
Did
as
you
well.
say
Hold on. He said, "Foos, take it away."
What did he say before that?
He's downstairs holding wearing Ryland's helmet. That's why I was cracking up because I was like, I forgot about that. That's absolutely true. Hello, I'm Foos. I'm the DM for tonight, our long-form campaign of Difficult Terrain, as well as our short series, Task Team M, which after talking to the crew, it's going to be a little less short than I initially intended. But it seems like schedules are open. So we're going to play it likely until early December-ish, so that'll be exciting. But yeah, we're here for that and that.
Bring Laszlo back.
Laszlo, yeah. But in the meantime, it's a spicy
Laszlo?
moment. They got captured.
Laszlo.
Well, 3 of them did, and then 2 of them are just being asked to follow. So we'll see how that goes. Nenners muted himself to say nothing. I saw the very passionate point and no words came out.
You have not given me a chance to escape, so I refuse to be.
Oh, that's true. No, that's true. No, but you did. You were the last one, weren't you? That
Yeah,
kinda worked out.
you got me in the stupid last thing and you left immediately.
Yep. You were the last one. The other 2 were just targets sooner, and anyway, nonsense happening. But Wednesday should be spicy. Also, short one is the last time anything was short. I think we did well in our other short series.
The holiday specials.
The holiday specials are good. Well, those are one shots. So
Yeah, always short.
Nenners did so well with the second city skedaddle. That was a nice, 7 episodes or something. You did very nice. Awakenings was shorter. Yeah, we're getting better. Listen. Also, Testing Man was going to be shorter. Everyone was just joking about it, and then I was like, it can be longer. Do you want it to be longer? Okay.
Who's trying to cancel Thanksgiving? We saved it though. You're welcome.
I tried to cancel Thanksgiving.
We saved it though. You're welcome.
Oh gosh, but no. That being said, we do have some fun announcements in the near future because we always have a holiday one shot. So there will be some chatter about that likely soon, and keep track of our Discord if you're interested and stuff and things. Anyway, I feel like this music is getting louder. I don't think it is, but I feel like every time someone's not talking, I'm just listening to this music. Everyone's jamming. Anyway. We'll hop into the recap, give out the inspirations, and get going. The Preventers were originally in the desert, seeking a particular demonic or fiendish font that was in the middle of the desert. Knowing that, unfortunately, there was sort of call for help, as well as a understanding that the Soul Seeker Dragon, we just lost Nenners, I think? Or is that just me?
Just you.
Is he just me?
Just you.
Okay, sick, awesome. Hopefully he'll be back for me. We'll see. I'll just continue with the recap. The Soul Seeker Dragon was heard to have been on its way towards Ryland's. Oh, I see my internet connection is doing some weird things on many different screens. So we'll see. Hopefully the stream looks okay. Let me know if it doesn't. Maybe it's just my laptop.
Looks like it.
Oh, good. That's good.
I don't see inertia though.
Well, that's how it is right now. Okay, sir? I don't need your shit. Okay?
I can't
don't give me
hear
this
or
right now.
see
All right?
so I'm gonna do that.
But anyway.
So should I update
you,
the
it's her.
recap timestamp because we've gone way off?
It's still a recap. It's just fucked. I'm gonna
Nope,
continue.
Nenners didn't listen.
What happened?
Bye,
What did you
Nenners.
do?
I was gone for real.
Now he's gone for real? Oh
yeah,
no.
he
Hear us either.
Okay. He couldn't hear us either?
I think
Oh.
he said,
Okay,
No, I
so
think
it wasn't
so.
just.
Andy.
No.
Okay, we'll see. Anyway, we're just gonna
Are you
keep
yelling at
jamming and
Okay, it's
fucking
Landy there for you guys.
stumbling through this recap.
Sandy is here, yes.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, I'm already
All right. Hi, Nenners. I just lost Kit. What's happening?
He said he was going to reload because he couldn't
I
see
just came
Sandy.
back. How did he? Oh, all right.
Okay, yeah.
I was like, I reloaded specifically because I couldn't see you, and now I lost Kit.
This
We
is
were
a sign
trying
of
to tell
things
you
to
that
come. It should be.
It was on Fooz's end. But if not,
Now should I update the recap timestamp because it's been way off the rails?
Yes.
Okay.
we
Thank you,
need
Joe.
timestamps for when everybody fell out.
You know what? I'm not going to replace it. I'm going to put recap part 2.
Yes, that's perfect. Recap part 2. Recap. We're going again. This time with feeling. Everyone looks good and back, so I think we're all right. So last time, the Preventers were in the desert looking for a fiendish font that was in the middle of it and a particular target that they had there. Having heard news that the Soul Seeker Dragon was on its way to attack the village of the Missouri tribe, which is where Ryland hails, as well as their son and other friends reside. Immediately turning on their heel to go attack and defend the village, they managed to do so with the help of the Tumaini, the Guardian, who was able to aid them in this combat with the Soul Seeker Dragon. Everyone survived, and the Soul Seeker Dragon did eventually start its retreat. There was an attempt to kind of stick onto it or hold on and do a little bit more damage, but it did manage to escape from the encounter. The Preventers were all pretty battered, but everyone was up. And that being said, they decided to kind of figure out what their next steps were, knowing that the village was still on their sort of evacuation route, but knowing that they had plans for that, it seemed to have given them enough time to start getting people out. So knowing that they are safe, the dragon is, at the very least for now, has retreated. The team returned to the city of Kimathikimane to kind of recover and figure out what their next steps are, which has been hotly debated. Some part of it is that they should attack this dragon immediately and go after it and take care of it. And the rest is kind of relax or figure some other things out. But at the very least, the team knows that they need a rest to recuperate and also take care of the demons that are within Nirja's mind and the glaive as well. So the team split up a bit, Nirja and Kemin, staying at the Preventor's estate within the city of Kimathikimane, just kind of chatting and having a good time, whereas Kiroso makes it sound like he ran away from home. He headed out to investigate whether the purple gem that he carries, once he joined the Preventors, holds that of a dryad soul. And she has been mentioning that her daughter might be in the area. So he went to investigate and find out what's going on. He had a lot of very, 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 very good rolls along this route, which led him to Roots and Dose, which is a sort of an herbalist and alchemist home here, where Salim sells most of her products. But he was able to meet with her, and she was able to tell him to meet her at the sort of gardens that are nearby at a later hour. So Kiroso, I believe, headed to the Infinite to go swim and take a nap, I think, and then figure out what he was doing after that. And then our lovely Valen, Ryland, and Helda headed to the palace to set up an appointment for Nirja's mind so they could delve in and take care of that last fiend that remains in there, as well as meet with the kings and speak with them about a couple of things, although speaking about the Soulseeker Dragon in particular was kind of up for debate, possibly. I don't believe you did actually tell them about it, or I think there was like a minor illusion of like, this is the problem we have, because the kings asked if you did need help with your endeavors. And the answer to that was yes. So, our group is split up. God, I just saw the runaway gif now. The group is split up. Our lovely Nirja, as mentioned, is back at home. So we're more or less going to leave her there to kind of chat with Kemin and chill out, relax a little bit. And then we will be picking up with our two teams, which is one team, and then Kiroso, really, just kind of hanging out, doing some shit. But we left off with the Ryland and Valen in the King's kind of conference room of sorts, having a conversation with them about the Soulseeker Dragon. So we're going to be picking up with you guys in their kind of conference room, basically, where you were discussing like the early stages, essentially, of explaining, I'm assuming, what the Soulseeker Dragon is and what kind of help you might need.
I believe we were talking about doubling our spell slots in the next 2 days. So
that yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That
totally.
our HP.
Right. Yeah, that was. You guys can do that for us, right? Like we can just come here, like just double our shit.
Yeah. We should take one of those purple gems with us and like hold on to it for a little bit, right? That's how that works.
Oh, you mean the crystals? He said gems, so I was like, there's only one. I could be. Oh. I caught up.
But yeah, we were explaining the nature of it and like, you know, it's the level of threat that it is and potentially that it could be a threat to come out the community, although in theory this isn't its ideal prey.
I think Rylan would have explained too that it was probably going to be less likely to attack something as populous, as it could create more survivors.
But Kimathikimane is quite isolated as well. If it was to attack something like Kalamshan or, you know, Waterdeep or something, other people could see it because there's settlements around that area. It's not exactly the case here. But we found that it was not necessarily vulnerable to, but it did not appreciate sunlight. It tried to hide in certain elements. Was very mobile.
I don't know if it could fly in it either. He'd kind of scooch away from the light in order to fly away. He does. He has this like weird dark aura thing that like is very dark and hard to see through.
It also contained all of its victims in a like quasi dimension. I had the benefit of being shunted into that somehow.
I can't corroborate that, but I wouldn't doubt him.
There was a lot of elven and dragonborn remains, primarily in there.
You see Waimidi looking at you as you explained this situation. You were. How did you get out?
This is gonna sound strange, but when he shunted me out, he did it. He put me physically away from my body. I was able to locate my body and rejoin it.
I think Kalran helped.
Kelren?
The ancient elven king that resides in Nerja's Blade.
I think I do remember reading some of Sevier's reports on such a thing. So, doesn't seem to be weak against, but doesn't at least appreciate sunlight.
Correct.
Desert has plenty of that, so should it attack, I suppose we should expect it at night, if anything would happen. But if you need perhaps protections, that's likely something we can help with.
That would be ideal. Thank you.
We
did a
bought
lot
some
of
from Kurugu earlier.
Say that again?
yeah. We cleaned out Portland Kurugu. It did primarily necrotic and cold damage.
Cold.
So we
Yes, then I believe she can help you with that. As for us here, there may be some items we can lend that may help. Likely from a protection standpoint. What happened?
Kid's face when he came back in killed me.
The video is killing me right now. God damn it.
Just you had this
Oh,
intense,
God.
like you just literally had to kill your way back in here. You know what I mean?
I did.
You
haven't
know
seen
what
the thing
happened?
in 2 years.
Like you just got done choking the life out of something. And you're
I
like,
want to drink right now. I can't.
Aw.
Don't kill me.
Oh,
Aw.
gosh. Don't drink, don't drink.
don't drink.
I'll do
Oh, my
it.
goodness.
I'm not worth it.
Squeeze your little necromancer plushie. It'll make you feel better.
Yeah,
Is he in arm's
Thank you,
reach?
Kurt.
of
He
course.
is! Holy shit! Give him a good squeeze.
You're over there struggling, and meanwhile, it took a while for me to notice the weapon in this lion woman's hand. So there's just a woman with no shirt doing a pose. Do they just have a stripper? Is that the kind of kings we're dealing with? And then I finally got to the weapon. I was like, I see now. That's the
Yeah,
lady.
I had to cut out some of her artwork because she's too tall. So I was like, I'm just gonna work like that. But no, she has a gigantic spear that is taller than she is.
It hurts.
But
Don't-
I got there.
I don't think that's what hurt.
Together.
it only hurt because you had a failed lich in your crown who
I
was
didn't put-
bonded with you and was ready to take the reins if you died. Which again made me very nervous during a couple of fights. But anyway, as you keep asking, Mytho seems like he's sort of pensive as this happens, and eventually, after Waimini mentions the lending some items, then Mytho speaks up as well. Items would help, of course. There are likely a few, perhaps blessings. Some of our druid teachers may be able to lend you for that time as well. We would
This is
likely
very
need to see
helpful.
with you before you. What is he saying? What is he holding?
He said this was very helpful, and it's the candle.
The candle. Oh, okay.
Really trying to get another
Cool
one.
candle. You're just gonna whip that out? Oh god.
Mytho and Waimini both pause and stare at it. Fucking, I didn't take you for the kind.
He's not. It's a long story. It's a.
It gave me. I was on my edge. I missed a lot of stuff because it was like come and hit me. I got to hit a nice, good help guidance with like some swings. And I could channel a lot of smites.
So
hold on. I'm rolling a quick another history check for my boy. What she knows? Okay. Just long stare at Mytho. Well, that's a better use for it than its intention. Doesn't look like you have much left, though.
I don't.
Mm-hmm.
Probably about what 1 minute left?
Don't show that to a follower, please. Is all I would say.
Valen's just giving you like.
You have likely interrupted some kind of avatar
Follower?
summoning.
A what?
Did you say Avatar?
Yes, a follower, perhaps champion of said god, can likely be pulled back if a certain ritual is done using said candle that you have in your hands that you casually pulled out in this room.
I think Riley's just gonna be like, oh well, it's a good thing it's almost gone.
We
That being said,
it fell off the back of the card, if you know what we mean.
I did not ask, nor do I need to know. However, what I will also mention is said followers are not known to, let's say, make sure everything is perhaps enjoyable for those who hold such items. So when that thing depletes, be careful.
Okay, so don't ask the kings where we can get more of these, okay?
Just make a mental note to be like, don't. Doesn't
So-
seem cool.
He basically said like when the time runs out, don't be holding the candle. Is that what I'm getting?
He doesn't. He just said, "Be careful." He does not know what's going.
Okay.
I very much enjoyed your face there when you learned there's a find out phase, so you're fucking about with candles.
It's a good candle.
Skeleton champion comes out of nowhere. All right, anyway, that's exactly what we need.
Smack Ryland as his first action.
We're gonna be nearly dead after fighting a demon. The candle's gonna expire. Then we're gonna have to fight a different demon.
Yep, exactly. I'll banish Violent. We'll be fine.
But also, just for extra details, perhaps, and as I mentioned, not to show that to anyone, especially anyone who is a follower of Merkel, but I can promise you they are likely looking for that. That is really...
Know what a Merkel is?
You absolutely do, because Valen followed him for a while.
Yeah, you do.
I
For
mean,
a
to be
second,
fair,
I was like,
doesn't
no,
he
you're
have to
terrible.
keep all this? I don't hear her name much.
No, he's talked about her in front of them before. Also, Jabali has done her research
No, I meant
on
Ryland.
Ryland and knows.
He rarely uses her names. I was like, just because you worship somebody doesn't mean he
Does
knows.
he know?
Yeah.
Oh
Yeah.
no.
Yeah, you absolutely know who this is.
Pain scent? Sorry.
Yeah, that candle has its usefulness, and we appreciate you letting us know that there might be consequences that we are unaware of. But regardless,
Mytho stares at Valen a little bit harder after saying that. Maybe, I did expect perhaps that you may come to such a conclusion as well, fellow studier of the arts.
It's been very useful. He's putting it away nice and safe.
I'm sure it has. I'm also sure that the intended god is very pleased it's used for the reasons you are using it. Just be cautious.
we can do that.
Riley's debating if he wants to talk shit because, well, he is a paladin. He's not a big god follower typically.
Everyone else just quietly grateful that they don't have the same alignment as Ryland, so he solely has the blame for this candle.
This is only you right now.
I mean, to be fair, if y'all are more aligned with each other, you could use it and still get a good portion of the.
It's all over the board. We don't not
Yeah.
a lot of overlap there.
We have no aligning alignments.
No.
Alignments don't align really.
Not in the stars. Not today.
Well, maybe two that I can think of. I think it's the ladies, honestly. I think Irene and Nirja are the same. Anyway.
Bakaris is he's on our side. If there's any question as to his loyalties.
It is
Oh, yeah.
what was expected, at least, but it's good to know that perhaps he's not wolf in sheep's clothing.
Yeah. Are we missing anything? We did the helmet in the desert. Would you plan on? Actually, maybe he'll minor image the map place of where we're going to attempt to ambush or trap or scuffle with the Bobard bitch. Does this have any significance to you? We have a contact in the city who is willing to stake a good chunk of her own personal safety that this particular region is of import to one of Mirtiswa's lieutenants, I guess, is the best way of putting it.
Often, travelers stick to the path, and that is quite far off the path. Any that we have that have gone near that seem to not find the time or perhaps the need to go so far. Unlike you and your companions, sometimes resources are a little bit hard just to even travel out that far without any other civilization nearby. However, there have been reports where some have walked near the space and sort of been turned around and have left it, I guess, just as quickly as they arrived. But other than that, and that seems to be a sort of myth of the area, which, as you have encountered the Groot slang at this point, I'm sure you're aware, there are plenty of stories that aren't always corroborated throughout the desert. It's a vast space, and just the infinite is enough to let us know that things aren't exactly normal around here, in some cases. So I can't say I'm surprised if there's something else there that is strange. But we haven't investigated ourselves.
I do have another slightly more personal, but not towards you, request. I don't know if you were able to find out what attacked Kurugu or who was behind it, but we, not immediately, obviously, as we have more than enough on our plate, but we have an interest of going into the abyss at some point. And if we're in the neighborhood, if we can eliminate a threat to a person of the city while we're there, it would be appreciated. Kurugu hasn't full cards on the table. She hasn't disclosed the attack beyond that she handled it. And if this is a violation of whatever she's trying to protect, I'm not trying to do that. Just if we happen to be in the neighborhood and I can forever banish something that hurt our friend, it's an opportunity I wouldn't want to miss.
Persuasion check.
No, goddamn these persuasions.
It's like you forget every time. This is a game that involves dice.
He gonna be mad, but he got rolled for me. Oh my god, I forgot to give out the inspirations. Oh, I think I already had them.
I was about to DM you that. Like, did you have them?
Thank you. I forgot.
Oh,
This is a good time to tell everybody that congratulations to Netters and Kit. You guys are the winners of inspiration tonight. Amazing. But yes, you guys are the winners of the inspiration.
I can't.
I
Even if I mean, just statistically, I'm not going to break a 10, so I'm good.
No,
Yeah.
I'm not telling you to use it here. I'm just letting you know that you are the proud owner of inspiration.
I mean, statistically, you are. Like the odds of getting a 7 or higher is definitely higher than getting a 6 or lower.
Okay,
Yeah, that's
Nenner statistically.
I'm not saying you're gonna defy statistics or not, because you are, because it's what we do around here. But I'm dead. Just mathematically, statistically, yes, you are.
Right.
The two fucking low.
I'm like at
around here,
least 3 standard deviations the wrong way.
I think I got a good reason to kind of explain this persuasion away. I think with you talking about going to the hells, I think Ryland's gonna kind of like unintentionally interrupt and be like, "Oh, hey, maybe they cast spells. Maybe they have the components you and Kiroso needed."
Needed for what?
You were the material thing you were trying to get.
Oh, it requires an engraving of a symbol, and
Is there something you need?
you can tell Valen's asking this
Old man
way
sneeze,
more
bless
for
you.
you than it is for him. And bless you. I recently got access to some magics that require a symbol of either the outer planes, upper or lower, doesn't particularly matter, to be engraved on something of considerable 500 gold value. So, we seem to be at a deficit in terms of people who could carve said symbol. But you do have a celestial being right behind you, so figure we could ask.
Behind me and downstairs and in a few other locations, yes. It could be supplied. Is there a time you would need it?
You know us, we don't have idle hands for long. So the sooner the better.
Of course. We can send out some inquiries, see what we can do.
Thank you. I could obviously provide for the thing to be engraved on, and I can pay for the service. I appreciate it. Thank you.
I wouldn't worry about the service. Speaking of service, we did need to thank you for handling the Groot slaying, although that was sort of unexpected that it even came up as it did. But we are relieved that you are in one piece, at the very least. And also have taken out a threat that could otherwise be a clear problem for some of these people here. That being said, we do have payment for you ready. On the lobby on the way out, just be sure to speak with them. They, of course, know who you are, but you will be getting some extra payment on top of that. And don't worry about the payment for this if we're even able to supply it in the time you need.
Fair. Okay,
Is that
yeah.
including the thing that Kiroso needed?
Kiroso needed dragons. I think we have that covered.
Okay.
Yeah, Kudugu does have that covered. It just would take a day or so.
That's Ryland's like, I just do the magic. I don't know what y'all talking about, these stupid components and shit.
All
like,
I know
what-
is you and G, because you brought it up, and then he was like, "Well, here's my thing," and then fucking moved on.
Valen already knew you had it
I
covered.
know, but I was looking out. I appreciate.
God. All right, excellent. I think we can stop taking up your precious time. Just wanted to, let you know what was
Was there
going
anything
on.
before we do that? Was there anything else we needed to tell him? We told him most everything, right? Like, what's his face is on our side. We told him about the thing.
Helmet. Yeah. We're not telling him about the sisters for obvious reasons.
Did they want us to do anything with the helmet? I forget. We just brought it up and then we moved on.
Sisters?
The Gorgon sisters that we tried to get to cure nausea and.
Oh yeah.
We got him to cure something, didn't we?
I think the only other thing Ryland would bring up would be the fact that his village is moving, and he found out more about his bullshit, and that there's a godly war going on in the background or whatever.
Godly war.
Yeah. This one's Talona, and these two are now the Melodious Master.
I don't know if Mirchiswat can be considered a god at the moment, but they're certainly trying, and in direct defiance of Talona.
You hear Waimini kind of speak at this point. It sounds as though Talona has been rallying for some time, likely against him in some way. I don't believe he has reached godhood yet, but perhaps that is what she is trying to intercept.
No, hers are more selfish. She's real mad at us. Real mad. But
She can be both selfish and upset with you. What makes you think?
we saw her in person. She's very not happy with us. But
And again, you are still standing. You see him now, like just looking for any like scars that might be like tucked under a sleeve or something, just staring.
I'm very good at mending. My robes would be literal tatters at this point.
I'd be naked.
Yeah, pretty much. It's, but no, Talona has her own schemes. Well, what Mirtiswa is doing flies in the face of her domains, first and foremost. But she's not without her own schemes on top of that. But Mirtiswa's success will directly counter or impede on her power.
I suppose that would mobilize most people, or gods, I suppose. But she has a long track record of not being involved. So, something
You think
about this is
there's-
important enough for her to do something.
Scope, maybe? Or is it more complicated than that, you think?
At this point, Mytho speaks up again. Well, you've already met her. Perhaps ask her the next time you see her. You can see kind of like a playful grin on his face.
Yeah.
Don't do that. But if she is making contact as she has, she is, I don't want to say desperate, but again, just motivated to do something.
Okay, all right.
Which, that being said, I'm not sure if that necessarily means that you should be focusing on that at this exact second, but simply information to
it's-
tuck into your back pocket for now.
Absolutely. I think that's. We warned them
so, too.
about. We warned them
What?
about what's his name, right? Budai.
Boa part.
The Lich Queen does not want him to die, and
I think we knew
So-
that before we left.
okay.
Yeah, I'm
Because you
pretty sure you're.
tried to go kill him while he was
I
in
just-
custody, and we were like, no.
You went to
Okay,
check
bro.
on him in custody, by the way, and he was still there. They will also mention this before you guys head out as well, besides the payment to the Groot slang. But you actually see Wangari mention this on the other side of the table. I have been spending some time with your other strange Githyanki companion, I suppose, Aksa. She's been adjusting to this space a little bit and doing okay, but there have been some, I think some people are trying to see her, but we've been doing our best to make sure that she is as isolated and protected as possible. No one's gotten to her, of course, but there's just been a few questions, I guess, around the area. So, but she's safe and
Good.
is very happy to be here and is learning quite a bit. Maybe too fast. I think she's like strangely, I don't know, ahead of her years or something. Smart, very picks up very, very quickly. But she's good. That was all I wanted to say.
I'm good.
You think you are usually older than they appear.
You see her just slowly look at Valen. Yeah?
Yeah, the astral prevents proper aging.
Rylan doesn't know if that's common knowledge or not, but Rylan feels proud that he remembered something.
Yeah, it's more complex than my friend is letting on. But
Okay.
she might be more mature, but that shouldn't explain her intelligence. That said, I just want to stress my queen, and not really my queen, but my people's queen, is likely looking for her.
You see her kind of like stop and then look at her dads, who just both like deeply inhale. Yeah, we're keeping that in mind as well.
Okay.
At the very least, we can take solace in that the Githyanki are not subtle. So if there is any attempt to do something, I'm sure we'll see a red dragon or someone kick in some door at some point.
Yeah, hopefully it doesn't get to that point, but
I agree.
I've done a pretty good job of keeping her eye on me, so we'll try to maintain that and go from there.
At that point, Waimidi, it feels like I've heard that with a lot of she's in your stories. Talona and her.
I mean, Budai was up there. We, you have him in your custody, and I'm sure there was that
I
merchant
do
squad.
believe
Number one.
Talona and
I haven't
the
had the
Queen
opportunity.
are on a different level, however.
I agreed. I haven't had the opportunity to offend a male. No, I have actually. Merkel is probably not happy with me, but he hasn't made any actions. So there's that. We'll see. We'll find out. I'm sure.
All right. In any case, we can gather some materials for you, see what can be done in terms of perhaps boons that can be sent in your way as you look to tackle some of these hurdles. But we likely won't be able to supply some until the next day or so. And of course, we have our cipher to reach out to you when we do, but...
Malar is male, right?
What is it?
Malar is male, right?
Yes.
Yeah, we both defeated his champ.
There was Kazvena, and Kazvena was a girl.
Right, but she served Malar. I didn't want to jump off topic, but
I don't think she served him. I think she just worked with him.
The kings are talking, but Valen's like, I'm not a misogynist. Hold on, I got somebody else.
I swear there's a male cat who's pissed at me too. Hold on.
Riley's just gonna kind of add on like, yeah, I think Unicorn Lady's gonna give us some help too. I gotta sit down and talk with her again.
I imagine she will help as much as she's capable. Yes, she is good at hunting, of course. As long as you have your target and you know where you're going. But we can help with you with a few things the next day, at the very least.
oh, thank you.
As you can imagine, things are a bit busy here.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, for sure. Thank you again. We'll keep in touch.
Yes, and don't forget to pick up your payment on the way out.
I won't. Oh, last thing. I will be traveling to Waterdeep soon, as in the next 24 hours. Do you need anything sent or taken from there, communicated, anything like that?
You see the kings kind of look between each other for a second and then... Actually, that wouldn't be a terrible idea. Who are you planning to visit while you're there?
My master Rhaenissa, who I need to confer a few magical things.
And
What else? Who are we seeing in Waterdeep? Oh, Bakaris, I guess.
hey, you did it! I'm so proud of you.
Yeah, I
You
mean,
did it! That's what you were doing. I didn't realize that you were trying to get him to say it. I thought it was just like, you were just being that little like, and. But yes, I'm very proud of Netters. He's been doing so much better with that name. It was so, like, he fucked up his name so much, I forgot what the real name was. I was like, I don't know what it is. It's fucked now. Actually, yes, a letter to the second contact, I believe. We've had a couple of questions for him in the past, and we've been meaning to make contact again. With your seal of approval, that might be best. We'll send it with you if you don't mind.
Of course, no problem.
We'll be back by tomorrow. Insert appointment time with Severe here, and we can collect it unless you have it ready to go now.
We'll prepare it for tomorrow. And if that's it, unfortunately, we do have...
Absolutely,
another...
yep, we'll go. Yep.
Thank you. I suppose we'll be seeing you tomorrow.
Indeed.
Clemethy!
Clemethy! They're like happily like waving, and the other two are kind of going back to the table to look over some of the documents that are there. But you guys are escorted out by Kanja, who the guard captain who has kind of been quietly watching over everything.
Shit. Yep.
As you're kind of walking out and she's walking beside you, she just mostly looks at Valen. It's good to see you're always in trouble, but at least you have some targets this time.
Yeah, it's satisfying to actually be able to put a face to some of the names that have been dogging us. This dragon in particular, I very much want dead, but it's good to be on the hunt instead of the other way around.
In that case, then I think Myliki will probably help you out quite a bit, right? So. Either way, things, as per usual, are seemingly escalating in many ways. think that is the same for you and your team. So, just be careful, I guess. I suppose you heard that enough with your candle, though.
Shoots a look at Rylan. Yes, there are some things. That's a loaded question, brother. But yes, we'll we'll address that later. Anything specifically bothering you?
No. This. I suppose I'm just surprised that you're still in one piece.
Okay. We are doing our best to upset every single deity that we come across. So
that's what it sounds like.
Yeah. Yep. It's for good reason, though. To be fair, it's not like stop killing my friends, stop messing with souls, things like that. Stop putting bombs into the cities of noble people, that kind of thing.
Of course.
That's the Talona part.
It's pretty much at this point that you guys are at the bottom of the stairs, where she'll just kind of wave you off. Stay alive.
You as well.
He nods and just heads back up the stairs.
The city is dangerous. Don't act like it's not.
I do think she's probably had fewer calls to action since we've left.
Probably more, but since we've left. It's been a crazy year for them.
I was talking about like the 7 days we were gone in the desert, but that.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
About those fucking preventers here. It's been the goddamn snooze time. We've just been hanging out. Nothing's wrong. No, it's good.
Balin will try to collect the payment only so that poor Rylan doesn't have to count that high, and then we'll go.
Sounds good. But you guys are able to meet up with Helda. You've been in the waiting room this whole time. What do you think she's been up to? Okay, she's been no-facing apparently. What do you think she's been up to while waiting here?
She'd be rummaging through her bag, trying to find random shit there. Try to find her books is what she's trying to do. She found a few of them, I think, but not all of them.
Okay, gotcha. I think you're gonna see like Helda reading a book with like a few extra things behind her and 3 guards just standing next to her. not in a sort of like like you have been arrested, but almost in a sort of like, I think if we just don't look at her for too long, something else is going to come out of that bag and we don't know what it's going to be. So we're just going to stand here and just kind of watch over her a little bit.
The helmet is still on, by the way.
Yeah.
She's reading with Rylan's helmet on and 3 guards next to her when you guys come back down.
Oh.
I imagine that only hindered the trying to find the correct item.
Your FOV is down by like 60%. All right. Having fun?
Yeah.
All right. The Kings are going to offer assistance, so we got to swing by tomorrow for that and some other things. But I see you have not been arrested, so good job.
How soon when would they have come over, Rachel? I'm just curious here.
I think maybe like the first bizarre item in. Like if I'm not gonna say that like you got another anvil or something, but anything that's not like, hey, I pulled out like a book or whatever. Even if you pulled out like rope in like a waiting room, it's a little weird. So like, the first like just awkward thing that came out. So however long it took Helda, what you imagine, to pull out something out of sorts.
So immediately.
Possibly.
They've been nice. I offered them a book. They didn't want one.
They're on duty.
All 3 are shaking their heads.
Yeah. Thank you for keeping her safe.
Yes, you're welcome.
All right, Helda. We need to get going.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
It's like shoving things back.
Yeah.
Awesome. As you're heading out, you can see the 3 guards kind of wait until you all 3 leave the room before they return to their actual positions within the room. But assuming you guys are heading home, is there anything else you guys?
We're collecting the monies.
Oh, the monies, yes, correct. On the way out, you are able to collect a large sum of gold from the lobby, which, as per usual, kind of has a lot of traffic coming in, people kind of picking up provisions and such. But the second you get there, the woman, one of those behind the desk recognizes you, and that's for you. Setting down, it's relatively heavy. But as you kind of take a look into it, there are 10,000 gold pieces. And then you have another, I think it's, let me double check my notes. You have 10,000 gold, you have 300 platinum, and then you have 3 diamonds that are about 500 gold in value each.
You said 3 diamonds at 500 gold?
Yes, each.
Okay.
And a partridge in a pear tree.
Got it.
He'll.
Thank you very much. And then, yeah, let's head home and find out what. Well, Kiroso, you were chasing a squirrel, and then
Yeah, he's off. We're hopping over to his seat right now.
Into a
I'm
tree,
all
right?
about.
Well, actually, at this point, you were over there, and then you eventually head back to the Infinite. And you guys only went to the palace. So I can also, at this point, you would probably be like on your way to the Infinite after your interactions on the other side. But that was your next stop, right? Just to be sure? Okay. So you are heading over there. Is there, if I remember correctly as well, it was to take a nap there, or was there anything else you were going to do?
Just enjoy being in it. Just the base level. I mean, you don't really talk to the Infinite, but whatever sense of just opening yourself to it and just communing in that way. And I was debating on whether I was going to go back and bring Akabia with me, but
Yes, I do remember that. But
as confident as I am in the dice, I'm like, there's no way I'm ever going to live it down if I bring her and it's not the right person. So I'm gonna wait.
We're gonna wait for it. All right. So you're hanging out in the Infinite in this time.
And eventually, yeah, I'll just sleep with the fishes.
Okay. While you're there, do you think Kiroso would be paying attention to what's going on, or are you very much just like in your element, chilling?
I mean, if it's subtle, I'm probably not paying attention.
Okay. Sounds good. If that's the case, just hit me with a perception check, please, and thank you.
Hold on, I almost forgot to do my own timestamp of switcheroo. I mean, then it's not gonna be perfect, but it's gonna be close.
Joe's earning his keep here. I'm just kidding. It's so helpful that you're doing the timestamps. Thank you so much.
Well, it's been a minute since I've had one where I didn't miss at least one mark. I'm like, damn it, every single time.
It's fine.
Yeah, but I want to know. I want to be good.
Usually I'll
Roll on.
guesstimate it when I'm putting it on the video. I'm like,
Nah.
sure. Okay, not bad at all. At this point, it is kind of later in the afternoon, but it is enough that the Infinite is bustling, as per usual. Plenty of people are gathering some water or supplies that they might need while they're there. Others are also swimming with you, though not nearly as well as you, but plenty of people are enjoying the space. Everybody who is there. It's a combination, of course, sort of like of the livestock that are coming by to enjoy, some of the camels and cows that are in the area, and getting some things to drink as well. But as people swim and enjoy the space, and there's sort of like a nice chatter that kind of permeates this environment, there's probably a figure that would stand out to Kiroso. And it's mostly because this figure isn't interacting with the Infinite. Everyone else is here to enjoy the water or the coolness of it, or gather some, or everyone's here for the purpose. But this figure that is a bit of a distance away from you, it's on the busier end of the Infinite where it connects directly to the city, but they just seem to be almost staring above it, but not quite doing anything. Not interacting with anyone else either.
Casually navigate, like it's not gonna be a beeline, but I'll just as I'm going around, because in the busier part, like a lot of these people are my neighbors, people that are here all the time. So I'm gonna be saying hello and interacting and following up, and I'm gonna casually make my way towards whoever this is.
Okay. The closer you get, it does seem to be a like relatively cloaked figure, but that doesn't seem to feel strange as within the desert, especially during the day. A lot of people are kind of covered up and are doing their best to not get sunburned, essentially, but mostly covered in sort of like sandy colors. The closer you get, it seems to be a tanned individual, someone who maybe lives around the area. You see some things that feel like they are a native, but the closer you get, it does seem to be masculine, with sort of long dreads that are pulled back and kind of bunched up under the hood a little bit. But human or humanoid at least, and just sort of eyes are just not making contact with the infinite. It feels almost like it's just staring at the air above it almost.
If I look where it's looking, is there anything worth noting?
Nope.
Okay. Unless it seems... I always hesitate not to engage because I'm like, you putting a thing there. I want to play with the thing you put there.
You do what
But
Kiroso would do.
realistically, if they're not like causing a problem or they don't look lost, like if they look like they need assistance or help in any way, or if they didn't look any way local, I might make conversation. But I'm also like, everybody's business is my business, and that's fine. So, I'll keep a vague eye in case they do end up looking like they need something, but in the end, don't have a real reason to go bother them.
To go bother them. I love it. Hello, how's it going? Sir, make my day. I think your day was crazy yesterday too, right? Wasn't it? Someone else that was like, I had a rough day as well, so I hope you're doing all right. A happy Saturday as well. But as you make note and kind of follow the eye line and see nothing's there, but otherwise see that he just seems to be minding his own business, but just kind of staring strangely, you can kind of just enjoy your time here. If you keep your eye out for this person, they do seem to stay there for a solid few minutes at the very least. Not really shifting or moving very much, just continuously staring. You can see at least like sort of a rise and a fall in the chest, and every now and then sort of shifting a little bit, not frozen in time, but certainly focused or whatever it may be. But you are also noticing that people around them are not interacting with them either. Just kind of almost not wide berth, but no greetings, no friendly chatter, anything like that. And being a talkative person yourself, you know that is often common around these parts. Conversation is had very easily.
Are they at least acknowledging in that they notice he's there, or is it as if nobody notices him entirely?
Perception check for that.
Because that's a whole different story.
Oh, okay, that was better than the other one. You haven't seen anyone acknowledge that he's standing there.
All right, that'll go check out.
Okay. If you do approach, there doesn't seem to be any change in the demeanor, at least.
You're gonna again glance around at people walking by, like 0 people look at this dude. And,
0. And even as you were walking up, a few people are like, "Oh, Komethi!" Just saying hi as they walk by.
Hello. I do not know you. I don't think. Perhaps you are from the city, and I just have not been here at the same time. Are you new to the Infinite?
To the... Say again?
To the Infinite, the waters here.
You... What do you see here?
Just go look. There are many people here to enjoy the refreshing water. Some to take back to their homes, others to feel refreshed. These a great source of life and renewal.
Give me an insight check. So all this is happening. Staring intently at you, but you can't really tell or feel why as you're explaining everything. But after you're done speaking, there's a good 4 or 5 awkward seconds before there's a nod. Thanks, I think.
Did you see something different?
I don't know. I think there's something wrong, I guess. I'm not sure what it is.
With what?
I'm not sure yet.
Did you at least see all the people? Let's start there.
It's a city, of course there are people here.
Okay, did you see the water?
He seems staring again at you.
You're staring above the water. Is there something in the sky?
No, from all I've seen, at least. I also, as pleasant as this conversation is, did not mean to take you away from whatever it was you were doing.
Just seemed lost, and also that no one had said hello to you, which is weird. Many of the people here I know quite well, and most are very friendly. For no one to even look at you is odd.
Powerful things under our noses, right?
Are you okay? Do you need
Immense presence.
assistance and help in some? Perhaps it would help you to touch the water, to know it is there.
Give me an insight check again. Oh, Jesus. Okay, we're back in it, baby. It probably would like naturally take this much time for someone to catch it as well, but also with just your caution being raised and just curiosity as well. You've noticed that almost every time you start describing or saying something about the water, that his attention goes from you or the area to specifically your mouth. And then he just kind of squints for a second and then looks off again.
Okay, so are there certain words you do not understand, or am I occasionally just stopping to make sound?
I'm a little confused about it as well.
Does this happen with everyone, or am I the first person who is missing words from their sentences?
Something about the city, I think.
I'm trying to think of synonyms, and I feel like all of them will result in the same. How about the word shore? Does shore mean something to you?
Just again stares at you.
It does not. Okay. I suppose it would be a bit of a leap of faith to do so, but if, like, how close are we to the edge of the water?
He was standing probably like 30 feet away or so. Not super close.
I mean, it is right there. If you would wish, I could. I'm gonna walk away from her a bit and just put my like ankle deep in the water, right here. Perhaps to stand here would help you.
You see like just full confusion over the expressions on this man. Stand, and you see him kind of like take 3 or 4 steps towards you and stop. Stand, why? What?
Well, it would help if you heard the word water, but there is water here. What did you think I am standing on? Or in?
Sand?
I'm gonna take like 3 steps. I'm like hip deep. And now?
Sand.
How high is the sand?
How high is this? You're standing on sand.
Okay, so you do not see the water turning into sand. You see the sand beneath. Okay, perhaps. Forgive me. I'm Kiroso. Manfernand. What was your name, friend?
You didn't ask at the time? Persuasion check.
I know his name.
Oh goodness, I don't even want to know, Nanners. I feel like, oh, it's already there. Just, I was on the wrong fucking tab. Okay, cool. Fucking, Asmodeus. Yes, it's Asmodeus. It's just fucking chilling. you imagine? Holy crap.
I mean, that's the most Asmo thing to do. You just hang out and gaslight people. What's that? What water? There's no water.
What the fuck are you talking about? No, but as you ask, and you can see just the confusion over his face. Kairu. Jesus. Kid, what the fuck
Like
is
Kairu? I feel like there was
Kairu,
drums.
yes.
Kairu, okay.
that? I feel like there was drums.
Just like right over, they got real loud. I don't have a great get rid of whatever's fucking with your mind magic going on. Okay, then. Kairu, nice to meet you. So I do not know if you would even feel it, but there is, again, you do not hear the word water based on your confusion. But to stand here may or may not. If nothing else, you are just standing on sand, and there is no harm to standing here. Cheers.
You see again just confusion as he's trying to parse together what you're saying, as if bits are kind of either lost on him or just getting mixed or something. But you watch as he takes about 2 or 3 steps forward before he stops again.
You hesitate. Why?
I don't.
You do. You just don't.
I don't. And as he's saying this, go ahead and give me a wisdom saving throw. It's a good start.
You've asked for all plus 10 rolls, but statistically, I gotta roll something terrible in there somewhere.
As you stand in the water,
hold on,
you
got him.
immediately.
I don't got him.
What are you talking about? You doubled his roll.
Joe, I want to point out he rolled less than last time.
And, Nenner's out here trying to help people. This is why he gets mad when people give him inspiration, but it gives us delight. So think of us, Nenners. Think of our joy for these moments. I love you. But, so you feel the water around you start to kind of ripple as if where you were standing, almost as if like you were kind of shuffling around, but you know that you are stationary at the moment. And most of the current seems to kind of be around like almost like your ankles and like your lower leg. And as that starts to happen, you start to hear a voice in your mind that sounds somewhat feminine, but also almost distorted, as if it is speaking underwater. But as he is saying, I don't, you hear it kind of reflecting that last word. Don't.
Is the voice I've heard before? I feel like there's a little bit of voice nonsense when we were doing Shattered Souls.
Yeah, it's distorted. So at the moment, it's a little hard to tell.
Would you have the kindness to perhaps wait there for a moment or several?
As I was.
Yes, exactly as you are. Fucking full on back into the water and swim down to be like, I gotta get closer to the source, maybe, if this is something. I talked to it deep in the heart of this place before.
Yes. You just take off. No problem for you, swimming wise, to just kind of start getting to the point where the sun rays don't reach you anymore. It is deep and it is dark. It's cool, but thankfully you are built for that, so it is very comfortable for you. Especially just because of the natural just water that is here. That is just magical, clean, and crisp. But as you head down, that echoing voice feels like it's just clearing. As you keep swimming, you hear, don't let him closer. Don't let him closer. Don't let him in. And as soon as you kind of sink to about as far as you feel as though you're allowed to kind of sink into this space, the voice comes through clearer. And again, it does match that voice that you heard during the Soul Shatter shenanigans. But it's It's not from here. Get it away. Yes.
It's not him. I have not spoken to you twice. And I can only guess that this is just a gesture toward your voice. I've long been of you and in and around, and it is not worship in the traditional sense, but I've made this place and this connection my home. Why now?
I protect it,
As do I.
but I am not it. What you follow is worth protecting. And you need to send that away.
Then I will do so. You see, my instinct is never to chase things away with violence, but if it is, you refer to it as it, is it a threat? Is it something to be destroyed?
Yes.
That's about to get spicy.
Not you, not now. But yes.
So send away, but do not destroy, not now. Perhaps there is not time for more question. I have many, but okay.
I will grant you one answer for your service.
Jesus fuck, just one open-ended question.
Is Valen right about attacking the
His
track?
ass isn't anyway.
Amazing.
I suppose there are many I could ask, but truth is, any of the larger questions about who and what and why, and of all of the things I have followed and have chosen to do, I do not need an answer. Those answers, I follow what is within as much as what is without. It is often you hear the religious types talk about in service to a being, but I've always thought if you are in service to a being, it is because you find that that being is a reflection of what you already followed inside. That being is a name for it. I do not need those answers. So I suppose my question is, what is it that I am sending away?
I'm not sure. I wish I could tell you everything in regards to that.
You do not need to.
It's many things. But right now it is blind. And we need to keep it that way.
And blind it shall remain while I have the power to keep it so. If I could ask one other, it would only be if you have a name.
Ah, persuasion. I will give this one to you, unfortunately, at disadvantage, just because.
I have no 20s left to give. You got it. Yeah! Good shit.
No 20s left to give. I told you Kiroso rolls well. You didn't
Look at
believe
everything I've rolled. They're all plus 10. I roll well on
Doesn't
things.
matter.
Granted, I had two in-based ones that I did really well on, but other than that,
You did. And even so, I think you've only had 2 that were under 10. The rest have all been double-digit rolls. That's incredible for you. I'm not sure. If you
They're
knew that.
they're both plagued by the illusion that they're low rollers. All
listen, the truth is we roll low in combat. That's when we notice it.
But there is a long pause, and then that will come to you. I promise.
I'm gonna get up a weird like bow type situation, but we're floating, so I'm also just kind of tilting forward. Then I'm gonna swim my ass real fast back to the top. You know, I'm gonna fucking activate the ring of water walking as like halfway there. Like shoot, I'm getting there.
Yeah.
I started getting him close, so I need to get him away.
Yeah, Dope.
Basically, I'm just gonna keep it. Well, I mean, we can role play it if you need to, but my plan is to just be real friendly. Just give him a tour of the city. Let's go anywhere else, friend. What do you want to do? Where you been? Are you home?
Hold on. You come out. What do you say to him?
Forgive me, as an aquatic being, it is often quite dry in the desert. I think we are both confusing one another, and in the end, it is not important. Have you been here long? There are many fine places to see other than this place that is confusing us both. I could show you many sights, or if you are hungry, there are many fine places to eat.
Persuasion check. Kiroso leaves. Holy shit, sir! I want to hear it. I want to hear it. Okay, it's fucking
See,
amazing.
if nothing else, it's because as long as we're not in combat, I can roll. That's why we shouldn't fight anything.
Amazing. What the fuck? In the meantime, Kiroso takes this guy on a date. No, he just again looks over you, and as you are speaking, you don't see that kind of like wave of confusion come over him as you were mostly kind of speaking about the infinite. But now that it is like, let's just go do a thing. There's plenty of other things to see. You're seeing kind of clarity in the expression before. There's almost like a hesitation, and then eventually a nod. Yeah, actually, that sounds good. Whatever you suggest.
I know
Kiroso.
many fine eateries. I'm gonna suggest one far away from the infinite.
Okay. It's a bit of a walk, but it's worth it, let me tell you. Yeah, I'll go with you.
Yes, Kiroso. It was Cairo. Yes, good to meet you. Let us just eat and tell me of the places you have seen. I have often been relegated to my city. But I'll make nice.
Okay. While you're doing this, give me a history check as well as a insight. This is just for the general interactions that you'll be having. Okay. It's still double digits, man. Still double digits, man. Incredible for you. Listen, amazing. As you start going through with your insight check, at the very least, as you start kind of walking around the rest of the city, you do start to notice some people kind of looking in not only your direction, but his as well. It feels as though people not seeing him seem to only kind of happen really closer to the infinite. The further away you get, the more you actually even seeing some people starting to greet him as well, to which he does respond as well. But you continue heading out and going to eat. You, with your history check, there's so many names that start with K in this city. It sounds kind of familiar, but you can't quite remember right now.
Yeah, up until fucking the infinite sent somebody to be like, no. I was like, I get it. My promising was also broken. Let's help you out. He had a K name. I was like, we got this.
Shit's fucked. But I will say that you guys are having a date. Not really, but just going out to eat, obviously. And you are currently doing that at the moment.
Yeah. In just this, my main question is like, do I learn if he is from the city?
With your insight, I would say, like, and also like your kind of conversations with him, does seem to be from the city. Has not been there long, but describes that he has moved there like about a year or so ago, and has been kind of adjusting to the space. He is from further north in the continent, but came down due to traveling and such, and then eventually traveling is very difficult when you're doing it by normal means in the desert. So after a few trips, it was just easier to stay. So decided to stay.
I'll keep the conversation. I want to learn his background, so it'll be back and forth, but I'm mostly gonna keep turning it to like where he's been, A, to learn more, and B, so I can be like, that sounds interesting and like a place one would want to visit. I'm just gonna keep making everywhere but the city sound awesome. Those my kind of two goals.
Give me another insight check. This is sort of meta conversations happening. Okay. You would start to notice that he is answering your questions, but a lot of them are kind of coming back to you. Like, he is asking you plenty of questions. How long you've been there, kind of not quite mirroring exactly what you're saying. It does feel like a regular smooth conversation, but I think your insight would just kind of ping a little bit that like it does.
Yeah.
You've spoken with guys; they're not good at it, like asking questions back. You know,
Yeah.
so like it does seem as though there are plenty of queries coming back in your direction. But I will leave you
as
there.
much as possible, I can be non-specific, but we don't have to keep
Yeah.
sitting here trying to.
No, you're fine. You'll still be there. So if you have things that you want to like think about saying or whatever, we can kind of come back to it. But we're gonna pop over to the trio that's returning to the estate, correct? Valen, Ryland, and Helda.
Indeed.
All right.
Yeah, so I imagine if we get to a state, he'll just be like, well, I plan on working on a few things and then preparing for my trip to Waterdeep. Did anyone want to go? I imagine it's just going to be quick.
Well, we should talk to Bakaris over there.
Oh, yeah, I mean, I have to drop off that letter to him from the Kings.
Was the letter going to Bakaris, or I thought it was someone else?
It was Bakaris.
Oh, okay, never mind. Just kidding. Yeah.
Get your head in the game, bro.
Like your teammates just being like, fucking pay attention. It's all good. It's all good.
Well, according to your own rule, you can't go alone.
Kevin, I imagine, wouldn't dare even let me travel that far without him.
No, definitely not.
Same.
Where are we going?
Waterdeep.
Oh, okay.
Are we home already?
Okay. Huh?
Kevin's at home.
Yeah, we're home.
Yeah,
Are
yeah.
they
They,
yet?
they,
Okay,
you
I
guys
thought
said,
this was on the way.
It's like we opened the door.
I thought we were on our way home. That's why I was.
No,
We'll
you're
you
home.
on, brother. Come back.
You're good. It's okay. Do
I
not worry.
also love
You
that
guys
he
have
was
made it.
like, absolutely, he can't travel that far without any inclination of how far it was. Where are we going? Down the block? Yeah, you can't make it that far.
That's true.
Yeah, like 1,600 miles that way.
Mm-mm.
Oh.
But no, I'm definitely coming with you for whatever you're doing. And I'll actually be able to understand the conversations now, which sounds maybe annoying, but it'll be good.
Yeah, especially in the city, you may want to take the ring off for a little bit. It's
You think?
some of it is just noise. It's just me. You might be more of a people person than I am, but the two of us,
Give me an insight check.
bunch of old misers here. Get Yankee misanthropes.
Oh, gosh.
You said insight?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm not absolute dog shit at that.
You're not right now. Oh, okay, not bad.
Right.
As you say that, you see him kind of like not wincing, but you can tell that he's kind of like holding back for a second. He's just like, yeah, I think of the two of us, I think you're. Oh, Jesus. I guess it's time for laundry. Thanks, babe.
I just see his head like.
It's so subtle. Like I always get amazed when you guys see it so quickly, and I guess it's because like I'm not looking at my camera, so I'm not focused there. But every time you see him, I'm like, it's 2 inches from Dub's eye in the corner. Anyway, yeah, Kevin seems like he's holding back, mostly because he's like, well, of the two of us, yeah, I'm certainly more the people person, but still that bar is pretty low. As you say, there's like a.
No, I understand.
Yeah.
I mean, for the Bakaris thing, absolutely keep it on. But for the, walking around,
No,
it's your choice. You let me know. But at
Yeah.
least you have the option now to not understand and understand.
Yeah, I have mixed feelings about it, to be honest. This group has been new and interesting to be around as well, so that's been a learning experience.
You should still finish learning common just in case
I don't
something happens.
want to.
That's fair.
Okay, cool. That's the end of the conversation. That was easy.
Rylan looks to Valen for help.
Gith is a very specific language, and I don't blame him for not wanting to learn it. Also, I imagine he'd just rather perfect his craft.
Do I need to start learning Gith?
His craft?
Yeah.
What's craft?
No,
We can teach you.
I love Rylan.
He said yeah, you said no, and you said
No,
craft.
please.
What?
I don't.
Craft is mostly murder.
Oh, I thought you did crochet or something.
What?
Your accent in Gith would be hysterical.
Which is part of the reason I think we should teach him. I'll have a laugh. You'll have a laugh. He'll probably laugh too.
Yeah, but if he ever tries to talk to any one of us who isn't his friend, he's probably going to get stabbed for mutilating the language.
Oh no, I think that would happen anyway. Just because, I mean, look at him.
It would accelerate it though.
Did Hilda give back the helmet?
Oh yeah, that was the first thing around.
Yeah.
As
soon as we got there, it wasn't even like he asked for it back. He just like, I imagine there's plenty of room to just pull it up without touching any part of your body. Put it back.
Oh,
I meant to narrate that, but I forgot.
No worries, no worries.
I worry about if he gets captured by them at some point without us around, and he knows the Gith language. The question's going to be, how did you learn it?
All right.
And a bunch of other not pleasant questioning techniques.
You just
Then
tell
they can
the
tell
Green
him-
Man taught it to me.
No, don't say that. Don't say that.
You see what I'm saying?
She'll get killed for sure. But
Oh,
with him,
100%.
at the very least, they'll look. If they ask, they could say it's one of us because we're one of the like chosen Githy folk, right, or whatever. Something's up with that.
Only the Kith knows that.
That's a good point.
Trust me, I've put some thought in it. He's better off not knowing.
All right. Are you gonna learn his language or whatever?
Giant. We already share Elvish, I believe, because he speaks that, I think, or Sylvan. One of the two.
Wendy's eyebrows go up.
Yes. I'm like, my brain was like, I think that's a yes, but let me double check.
I'll fucking remember. Help me.
There's
I think
this.
it's Elvish.
Oh no. Yep. You started learning that, I think, right?
I think he was able to
Celestial,
like, it was one of those like oldie English where you could pick out some of the words based off of his languages. I don't think he like was able to, because we didn't find a book on that, did we? Or unless that's what Nerja has.
She does Royal. She has Royal.
That's what it is.
Eladrin. Yeah.
I don't
Slightly different.
think I have the depth for Giant, but we could speak Elvish if need be. That's the first tongue I spoke to him.
I don't
with,
think I've
actually.
ever heard anybody not giant or large speak giant. Now that I think about it.
In my headcanon, like Giant is like Japanese, and you got to, as a male, you have to speak like super low. And I don't think Balin could get there.
I mean, I think you could, but
Magically assisted, maybe, but
I don't know if I want to learn it either. But anyway,
Magically assisted.
there's a lot of talk about learning
complicated
languages.
heavy, like you really got to hit the, Also,
Okay.
I'm not sure if he speaks it properly because I heard it spoken by a cloud giant, and it was really different.
You met a cloud giant?
Yeah, she was pretty cool.
Oh, okay.
She didn't want to
cool.
kill me. That was a first.
She didn't. Okay, well, I mean, I get that from our people. Why would we want to kill you immediately? But like, is that like a thing?
I'm the runt of the giants, or at least my races. Not very
You're the
many
runt?
giants. Like,
Just pitches her right up.
Yeah, we've met a hill giant and a storm giant, or cloud giant, excuse me, and Ryland was considerably shorter than both, so he is.
Yeah.
Correct.
it was actually a big risk I took when we met her. Them. Because we met them both at the same time.
I just
No, we met
seeing
her
the way
first.
you operate, it seems that everything is a risk.
Yeah. I guess.
Yeah. Yep. As expected. Also, he's the big one who apparently everyone wants to kill or whatever. And he's gonna kind of like motion towards Helda. We haven't had a lot of time to talk or whatever, but you are what?
Many things?
Uh-huh.
I think he means species. Is this nicest way to say that? I think.
I think she just straight up pointed out here. Elf.
Oh, okay. You. Okay. That's fine. It's nice to speak at you. Well, with you? together.
You really worked on those social skills, brother.
I'm killing it. I think it's been a while. I kind of got used to sitting in the back for a little bit, so I haven't been able to speak to others other than you.
Uh-huh.
And we all know where you stand on that social chain. So it's not been
That's fair. Yeah.
great for a bit. I gotta stretch my legs out again.
Please do. I'll get out of your way.
He'll just kind of casually chat with folks if they let him, essentially. But yeah, he's a bit rusty on the old conversation side of things. But you guys are in the process of planning some things out, possibly going to Waterdeep. What else were you guys considering to do?
Oh,
Are we going to Waterdeep before the exorcism?
No.
Yes. It has to be, because I don't know if I'll have the power to go back.
What?
I can't go to Waterdeep for free.
Well, I know that. I mean, but okay.
What do you mean you can't go free?
It costs magical power to travel accurately
Something about
that far.
5th spell slots or something like that. I don't remember really.
Who's to say?
I can recover one of them, so I should have at least one for the battle. But should we be in a position that I can't, I use everything, then I won't be able. I'll be able to get there, but I won't be able to come back the same day. And I don't.
Shipping.
Yeah.
Oops, sorry.
I don't want to lean on Rhaenys.
So are we going now, or are we resting first? What are we doing?
Again, the same magical power issue comes into play, and we need to the kings have to give us a note to go. So at the earliest, we're going tomorrow.
Okay.
Tomorrow morning, probably. Which means I also have to let her know I'm coming, because as much as I like being threatened by magical automatons, I'd rather not.
Is my mace going to be ready in the morning or the afternoon?
Afternoon, probably.
Okay.
I believe she said 24 hours, so it would be kind of like early afternoon, so like noonish.
Yeah. We can go later if it suits you.
Oh no, I don't think. Well,
You have another weapon, right? Just in case.
now that I thought about it. Well, yeah, he'd pull out his old warhammer.
Okay. We should get that upgraded too. Oh, speaking of which, we got paid, so I can hold on to it if you want, or we could divvy up the thing. It's roughly 13,000 gold, and then some diamonds that can be used for spell resurrections. So I'd rather keep those as such, but
do I need that?
although
I
I
don't
don't
need it
know.
because it's 3rd level, right? We said 4th level is when it starts.
I believe so, because in the past I let it
It's the
slide.
revivify.
Yeah, and then
And
I
we
was
can't
like,
resurrect
well,
people. Foos, do we know that resurrections are fucked up? We do, right? Like as
You know
characters.
that there's been some fuckery with it. You haven't experienced it yourself, but you don't know. Also,
Okay.
what you were told was that it's just unpredictable, and
Okay,
that most people
so-
don't necessarily know what that means either.
gotcha. So 13,000 divided by 6. It's not too bad. And by 6 or 5, 5 or 6.
Timestamp this shit.
and all the boys start belly dancing in the middle of this.
But,
Why is there a scuba diver on this artwork for this song?
I don't
though?
know.
Okay,
It's
anyway.
great.
They had the
It's
most
great.
random fucking
Scuba
images
Steve.
on it. I don't
Scuba
understand. Sorry, go ahead. What were you saying?
But yeah, we could divide up the money, especially once Kiroso gets back. But if you guys want it, or like I said, I can keep being a keeper. But I feel with this particular fight, we earned it. So if you want your 2,000 plus gold.
Oh, this is too jamming right now. Let me turn it down a little bit. We talk about spending money, and someone in the background is going,
Yeah. 2,160.
It's Kevin.
Something gold.
Oh, is this not socially normal? What?
Yeah, no. Sorry, were you talking?
Uh,
But you guys are divvying up money?
I think so. I mean, no one said no yet, so I'm
Okay.
just gonna do some
you
math
know
real
Riley's
quick.
not gonna take shit.
Only yes means yes, Nenners.
Only yes means yes.
God damn it, kid. Make me sound like I'm.
Why did you almost say foos? You went kit. Or maybe it's Flandy, I don't know. You have two F's in the room. I don't know. Could
Yeah,
be.
well, I mean, let's be honest. When I say "God damn it," and it's at a person, it's mostly you. Oh god. So yeah, 2,166 coinage. He'll start dipping it out, and just kind of get that going. But he'll wait for. Kiroso said he'd be back, right? He went on his own thing.
Did he say he'd be back? I feel
Did
like...
Oryx come back?
I let that. I'll be back.
Oh, yeah, you did send Oryx back though, didn't you, Kiroso?
Yes.
At some point?
He said he did.
I feel like you said you did.
Because Oryx
'Cause
can't. I mean, yes, he can swim, but really bad.
Yeah. But yeah, well, I'm pretty sure Joe said Kiroso sent Oryx
Okay.
back
But
anyway.
yeah, once
so
I was
you're
gonna be
okay.
in the water, I was like, at this
Yeah.
point, you should
Yeah.
probably part ways.
Aerodynamics does not equal hydrodynamics, so yeah.
In
I
which
don't
case,
know.
I do
It's
think
the same.
this-
There's just a little bit more viscous to it.
So at some point during this conversation, you would just hear sort of like rapid tapping against the window of the study where everyone's likely chilling, and you would
Oh,
see Oryx
yeah.
on the other side.
Open it in.
Yeah,
Hey,
open it.
how's it going? Is he all right?
Gardens and Oasis.
Oasis.
Call it a squirrel.
Okay. A squirrel. Wait,
Yeah.
a squirrel here?
Yeah.
Has
I
Valen
thought it
ever
was
seen a
weird, too.
squirrel here? No, right?
No. No, absolutely
How the
not.
fuck did he find the only squirrel in like? All right.
Joe, you need to.
Joe's in, man. Joe's in the
He's
groove.
right on my video. He's right next to you, so I can't look at you without seeing him in my peripherals. Sorry, go ahead.
You can't put this bagger on and expect us not to move.
I gotta change it. This is
No, get out of here. Go away. I'll put it right back. We need Scuba
true,
Steve
you
on the
could.
screen.
You could. It's
Oh,
not
no,
Scuba
it's
Steve's an astronaut now.
Astronaut is just a scuba diver in outer space.
This is
That's
true.
a fantastic point.
Less viscous.
If there's any scientists in the chat, they are doing barrel rolls right now. This is.
I mean, if you
Leave.
prefer a scuba diver, just an astronaut underwater.
Oh, here we go.
Anyway, show's just getting down. Okay. Yeah, tells you there was a squirrel. You've never seen a squirrel in this city or this area at all.
All right. All right. Do you think he's safe? We can leave him alone.
Yeah. How long were you in the water? I guess before we saw
At least a half hour.
Yeah, I imagine the Oryx already fucked off before that happened. But yeah, just swimming.
All right, fair. We have been in the desert for quite some time, although he's used to it, I guess. All right. Well, thank you. I appreciate you. We're going back to Waterdeep, and don't worry, I won't have you sign books back and forth.
Oh, okay.
But in fairness, that wasn't my idea. But
It's very heavy.
it won't happen again. I promise. I promise.
Okay.
We're seeking fly books now.
You've seen the flying forms, she can say, or at least two, right? You've seen like the griffin and the.
The goddamn griffin soaring
Pterodon or
across
whatever.
Waterdeep.
That'll be
That'll
fine.
fly all right.
Or Tiddlydon.
The Paradin?
Yeah, all right. I think, yeah. And then when we come back, we can do inertia stuff and then go hunt the dragon. I got no negative response
know
for
if I
that.
can
Okay,
try
all
it.
right.
Oh,
Riley's on board.
Let me double check the book. Is there any new words from home?
Oh, okay, right, yeah. No, it's been a little bit of time, but yeah, you would start to see. Your mom has written quite a bit, and it first kind of starts off with like more or less a paragraph of "We're okay." The elders did set up numerous sort of teleportation circles where they could kind of essentially get more people far away as quickly as possible. So they were some of the first few, especially because they had the newborn twins. And they were sent through as well as Kambish over to the other side of the forest. They are currently still in transition. She mentions that the Magumo is in transit, but it will take days to go anywhere. But they have started the process, and it is currently uprooting itself. She also mentioned it will probably take weeks before they're settled anywhere, but at the very least, they are together and getting their things figured out. Towards the end, it starts turning into sort of a, I hope you're okay, and I miss you. I'm so sorry that you had to come back for this. And you better be safe. And write me when you can.
I think he immediately starts. I think he was reading it out loud, so everybody could hear it. And he starts replying back. You know, like, I'm glad you're safe. Sorry, everybody had to evacuate. We were able to buy some time, and I don't think we lost anybody, so that's good. I think there's like still like a kernel of doubt in the back of Ryland's mind if we forgot someone.
Yeah, it's like who would know?
Yeah. But the fact that it was very mad at Helda is probably the only thing fighting back that
Could have been mad at two people, you don't know.
yeah, that's
Yeah, it's just, yeah.
seems unlikely. But yeah, he'll cast exposition on most of what's going on with them, and just ask for an update if they can when they have an idea of where it is, because Valen is getting restless and wants to go hunt it somewhere.
Oh, where the dragon is. You were saying like where they're going. I was like, didn't you say not to? Yeah, okay, gotcha.
Tell me where you're going. This is no longer your son.
Okay, this is going to be a weird like chain reaction persuasion. But you roll me a persuasion to see if your mom will find out, and then your mom was going to roll a persuasion to see if she could find out. Because yeah. But you're it's going to be your combined total between the two of you.
I clicked on it. I don't know what is going to happen. All right, it's a dirty 20. It's a very dirty 20.
Okay, that's not bad.
See, Joe, that's what rolling below a 10 looks like.
Rolled a 9.
All right.
Which is below 10, sir.
Yep. All right, so I have your. Hold on. We'll have to go find her fucking sheet. Okay. Persuasion, I said. Okay. She is a sorceress. Ooh, Jesus. All right. So it takes some time. After you answer that, you see her kind of very quickly write, okay, I'll see what I can do. And then probably, I don't know if you guys are yapping in the meantime or still playing it or whatever, but about like 20 minutes later, you start to hear, they think that it's not really that far, but it's in a place that's pretty remote. The mountains nearby. Hard to get to, but that might be it on purpose.
Does Ryland have an idea of where that would be, like if in his mind's eye of a map?
You know that your home is near the very famous Star Mountain. There are other mountain ranges in that space. There's actually quite a few, but that is the most notable one. There's probably like 2 or 3 ranges in that area that would be like, say, difficult for a regular person to go find, which is essentially what your mom was alluding to. But it can be a couple. You might need more details, which sounds like they might have. Your mom was just kind of like in the mountains in a difficult place.
No, I think he's happy with that because he has a couple spells that could potentially find it, perhaps. But it's like, thank you. I'm sure Valen will feel better, but stay safe, stay hidden, and we love you.
We love you too.
I think he's gonna like hide a note in there about like giving Kambisha a hard time.
She'll actually add a little bit and just be like, Kambisha's been just the perfect little helper this whole time. And I do think he needs to rest more, but he's not letting us tell him to sit down. But we're all good here.
I think Rylan kind of go and just let him know that we wish he could hang out with us, but ironically, he's more safe there with you than he is with us.
You just kind of
older.
he's a little older now, but not a lot. But she'll just send you more love with her sign off and resume what she was doing. But I think this is probably a good time for our break, as some plans are being made. Kiroso is keeping someone distracted, and you guys are planning your next steps. Oryx has returned, but we'll take a quick 10-minute break. It's 10:25, so we'll be back at 10:35. Stretch your legs, grab a drink, and then we'll be right back.
Grabby the drinks.
Thank you, Flanny, for remembering to do that, because I never do. And Vogly does it every time when she's here, and I'm just like, that's helpful. I'll never do it for some reason. But anyway, we're going to go now.
I do it if
Kid
Vogly's not here.
fucked off.
Vogly's here, I let her do it because
Kid already fucked off. We got to go. Okay, bye.
Okay.
We'll be back. furious typing. Is that Nenners?
5.
Okay, now he's muted. Nenners, what are you typing furiously? Also, hello. We're back. 5 means we're live. We're gonna be picking up with Kiroso in the Kid is here. Kid is here. Don't forget that. I turned the music down. I need to put it back on. Kid is eating. Food's eating too. I have an ice cream sandwich. And it's very yummy. By the way. Mm-hmm. This is one of the seasonal ones. I think it's like pumpkin spice or something. Because Dubs is like fucking loves seasonal stuff. Like if there's something that is like not a rare flavor, but like a seasonal flavor that he's like, we gotta try.
He's a pumpkin spice man?
These he's not like it's not specific to that. That's why I was like, it's mostly the idea that it's seasonal because he likes the idea of like trying a flavor that's like not common kind of thing.
The spices you put in pumpkin pie are delicious, and that's why they put them everywhere.
They are. They're very good. They're very good. And like, because even like seasonal Christmas stuff that comes up, like he gets excited about that. It's just the idea that like, hey, I get to try this thing again. But like obviously he won't say no. And yeah. So anyway, we are picking up with Kiroso, who is currently out and chatting up Kairu at some sort of eatery that he chose as far away from the infinite as comfortably possible, I imagine.
Yes.
But the conversation is very much progressing. However, it seems as though there are plenty of questions on both sides. I think from the sort of list of questions that you were kind of yapping about a little bit before we left, you do obviously find out that they have lived there for a little bit, but not for too long. In doing so, they seem to be more active, almost like around the city rather than within the city. When you ask about other locations that he has been to, the response is many different cities. You hear a lot of the kind of popular or common ones, but eventually you hear that a few, like 5 or so years ago, there was mention of a contact in the area that was a family member. And that was what started sort of the trade routes of Kairu coming down to Kimathikimane in the first place and staying in the area. But the family member that was in the area no longer lives here, and Kairu doesn't expand on that. But you do find out that there was some familial ties in the area as well. And he seems to be eating with you, no problem, but does seem curious about things. And some of the questions that kind of come up are just, so you said you grew up here?
Yes, lived in the city my entire life, yes.
Where do you think your favorite place to spend time is?
I think there are some lovely gardens. I also will travel through the desert at times. It is dangerous in the desert, but it is beautiful in its own ways.
You want to do a deception check for that one?
Why would you do that? You've been asking for all these plus 10 rolls.
Now we need a deception check, and now it's fucking bumping. Ooh. It's even with a plus 10. Hold on, I do need to change the music now, though, because this is...
Here's what I'm going to do, though. The Infinite thinks this is important, so I'm going to burn my birthday inspiration. And hopefully do something with it. Not really. That's fine. I figured it was going to be that, but it was worth a shot. Hey!
Oh, shit! Helga! Hey, kid! I forgot you also had a D20 for the day.
Friend out here.
Fucking incredible.
All right, turn my 2 D20s worth of total 5 into 24.
Amazing.
You romance that man!
Not that.
You romance
This
that.
is a thing to be destroyed, I have learned. I'm not romancing anything.
Now that he saved you, you have to listen to Kid romance this man. I'm just kidding. You see for just a second sort of like a flicker of curiosity across the expression as you answer this, and then a sort of solemn nod. I see. It's such a big place. I just feels I haven't, I guess, experienced everything that this place has to offer yet.
Well, It's funny hearing you talk of all these other places. I'm starting to learn how small it is. I have not often, other than the deserts just outside these walls, I have not traveled far.
I imagine it's not really, maybe much more to see, I guess. There's something that's simple about this place while also being complicated. I'm not sure you find that in a lot of other cities. It's usually just the complicated part.
It is complicated enough here. It is a large number of people living in a small place. Things get complicated. It is, I assume, much so in other cities, more so. If there are more peoples.
Mm-hmm. They don't have much to offer, though.
Do they not?
I think in so many ways they're just, I guess, known, expected, no surprises. Not like here.
I confess I have not often been surprised by this place.
You also grew up here.
I suppose that is true enough, but it must be that blindness to having lived here, but I do not know what could be surprising. It is just what it is.
I feel like I want a persuasion check with that. It's kind of our deception, so I think that's still deception because you are lying. Just a quick nod. Again, continues to like intently watch every reaction you give him. Yeah, I guess, but speaking from someone who hasn't been here for very long, just maybe that's the desert speaking, all the sand or whatever. But it seems there's a lot to unearth, I guess, uncover, and not just in these wonderful places you have brought me to eat, which I have never been here before. Thank you.
Oh, it is quite nice. No, it is interesting to hear the city spoke of this way. You called it simple and complex, and as much as I think it is complicated because many live here, the simpleness comes because it is a desert, and the harsh reality of this place is that death is swift and easy if you do not know how to avoid it. Heat during the day, cold at night, the various predators of the desert. Things are what they are because they must be so.
Yeah.
I suppose things do get buried in sand now and again, but I would not expect this place to have too many secrets.
I think every place has secrets. I think once you've been to a few cities, it feels like you know where to look after a while. I don't get that here, which is why I think it probably is both.
I think perhaps if you are looking for secrets where there are none, you will find yourself at a loss of where to look. I do not think places have secrets. I think people have secrets, and here less so, because there's less to hide, because there is less time to do so. Again, the harshness of where we live keeps us closer to truth.
Maybe. I also wanted to thank you, I guess, for reaching out. It's kind of, I don't know, cleared my head in some ways, I think. I'm not sure.
Yes, we all try to be neighborly. It, again, is too harsh a place to not be so. Eventually, I will need someone to reach out for something, and I will do so.
You live here, you said. I'm actually not super far from here. 5-minute walk or so, south of here. But where do you live?
It's close to the palace-ish, right? I'm looking for a landmark. That doesn't.
Flanders just giving flirtatious looks at the camera while the camera's desperately trying to center him. It was too funny for me. Yes, you live close-ish to the palace, but obviously you're more close to the infinite. But
Yeah, but I don't use that landmark. So.
I know, that's what I was like. The next closest thing might be some of the. There is kind of like a garden slash like park that's not too far from where you are as well. A lot of agriculture there that could be tended to in this area.
Yeah, I'll settle for a farther landmark. I don't need to be within a 3-block radius. I'll be honest.
Just as far as I
This
can
will all
get.
be innocent enough, but I had a being be like, no. So we don't trust. So yeah, I will tell him what is true, but not necessarily accurate. That I live closer to the palace than over here. I know this place because I've lived here for so long. I've seen many places. It's not my neighborhood.
Close to the palace sounds like a lot of traffic.
It can be busy, but you get to see constant faces, often new faces, as they handle whatever business.
Why did you, I guess, stay here?
I did not have a reason to leave.
I
think-
don't mean to be, I guess, rude, but it feels like someone like you would need a different environment.
Oh, because yes, there is enough water around to make do, and I do not need it to survive. I mean, we all need water to live, but I can be away from water for extended periods without a problem. It is not traditionally the environment for my people, but
I think I've heard sometimes you can summon it, right? Is that the case?
just there are some magics available to me. I can summon small enough quantities of water.
You see him kind of reach for his side for a second. You see a water skin. Would you mind?
Oh, sure. And I forget, did we say my decanter of endless water was technically infinite sourced?
Yeah.
Then we're going to use create water instead.
Perfect. Excuse me, I was like, finish.
I forget how much. I can make up to 30 gallons. You know what? I lied.
Good Lord.
It's not up to, it's you create 30 gallons. Do I have a... Is there
Oh my god. Just like immediately is overflowing.
Oh, you know what? It's because I don't have create or destroy water prepared. What I have is create food and water prepared.
Oh.
As I go to do so, forgive me. There are smaller magics to make a more appropriate amount of water. I do not have this. Let me speak to, and I'm just gonna go talk to the people who own this restaurant that I've met before and known. And I mean, fuck it. He's buy water. He doesn't need my water, but it doesn't matter. I'm just gonna make food that they can sell. And fill their water barrels, and then fill his water skin. And we're like,
Hey guys, you out of food and water? Let me help you out real quick.
Make food and water. Amazing. Okay, sorry. Just a mental image of you shuffling off to the back, being like, they have too much food now, and I have more water. Thank you. It's just water, right?
It is normal water. There is a more minor spell to create just water, but I do not have that available to me now. So what I can create is a large quantity of water as well as food to feed many people. They could use the resources in the kitchen so they can make meals without dipping into their inventory for today, and I refill their water as well.
Mm-hmm. Well, thank you. I feel like I forgot to say that.
You're welcome.
Hmm. But yeah, I appreciate that. Being out in the sun for a bit. I still have a bit of a day left, and the sun won't be down for a while. So, in that case, thanks for the food. I don't suppose. I imagine someone as you has a busy schedule.
I mean, I fill my days, certainly. It comes and goes, but I do have other things to attend to. But it's good to have met and spoken, heard of the wilder world, and who knows, if you are looking for something, perhaps you will find it here, or as many do, they will find this to be a transient place, and they will find their answers elsewhere. But only you will know this in time.
Yeah, I'll do my best. It was a pleasure, Kiroso. He extends his hand to shake yours.
I'll shake it.
Wisdom saving throw, please.
Oh, of course.
Shake it like a Polaroid picture.
Let's go, Joe. Yeah.
That is pretty good. I have a D4. Hold on.
Ha
Okay, gotcha. Shakes your hand. Firm grip. 2 or 3 shakes, and then may I possibly see you another time.
May your
Quite
beast be
possibly so.
behind.
And turns to leave.
Stab him in the back. Right in the back.
Stab him in the back.
Yes.
Ask him if he's available.
Right.
No.
Right.
If you pay for the bill, I gotta know this.
Aim for the spine.
I
try to
mean,
get it-
apparently, he thanked me for lunch.
Without. Get some in.
So what I'm gonna do
Mhm.
is let him walk off a ways and see if I can find any sort of, bird type creature flying about, whatever's around,
Mhm.
and see if I can't coerce it with a bit of food and then cast Dominate Beast on it.
Oh my god. All right. Well, first is a perception check to see what kind of birds you can find and what might be ideal for this situation.
Just finds a
Uh,
dodo.
Oh my god. You find a flightless bird that is super subtle in these streets in the city. No, but looking around, there are a few sort of like smaller scavenger birds that kind of, especially with the restaurant and such, if people eat outside, they'll kind of pick out the crumbs and such. Then there are some that are much larger. There are plenty of vultures in the area, not necessarily swooping around right now, but they do tend to hang in the environment a little bit. But you do find a smaller bird that thankfully is popular enough in the environment to not be strange, and is a quieter flight than some of the others. But you do manage to spot about 4 or 5 of them kind of on one of the rooftops of the building you just walked out of.
I'll see if I can't coerce one of them down. With-
Animal handling,
Yeah.
please. That's you. It's got to go both ways, right? But,
No, I shake my head, not because it was a bad roll. I'm used to that. It's just the first like real druidy thing I tried to do today. And it's like, yeah, that's the one that fails.
That's true. All the other things were like, well, I mean, perception maybe, kind of, but yeah. You kind of attempt to get the attention, but instead there seems to kind of be someone who leaves one of the buildings right next to it, and they kind of slam the door shut, and just the noise from that just sends all the birds kind of fluttering off into the distance. You see a mom with like 3 bags and like 2 children attached to like one hand, just, oh, come on, we have to go, and just being as loud as possible and disrupting the environment.
Oh well. The spell only lasts for a minute anyway. I was gonna have to while it had a telepathic link, try and convince it to stay on him. I'm gonna have it follow the guy, but I was like, it was dicey anyway. So I'll just shrug. It's like, all right. Well, the truth is that plan may or may not have led anywhere, and what is will be. So
Mm-hmm.
we're gonna go back to the infinite, as much to maybe it'll talk to me again, whatever that thing is, whose name will be revealed in time. I still need to sleep. And also, what if your boy comes back and I gotta be like, hey, what are you doing for dinner? Get him out of there.
If he comes back, I'll take him out
I'm
to dinner.
best
That's my
friends with this
plan.
dude. I mean, they said not me and
Amazing.
not now. And I was like, well, otherwise, like I said, it's about to get spicy. I was like, all right, well, my plan is now to go murder that man right on the shores of the infinite. And there's a lot of just innocent people around. I don't
If you
care for
told
this
me, I
plan.
would. That's what I'm saying.
But if it was what was required, I was going to get it done. So yeah, I will make sure to take at least one turn. Be like, all right, he was curious about me, and he's something that's dangerous. I'll make sure I didn't get followed, and then head back to the
I feel like I don't know which one's better for you, but survival or perception for kind of seeing.
the same role.
I had a feeling. Okay. From what you can tell, he did leave a few seconds before you. And this area, as he mentioned, is a little bit more quiet. The closer you get to the infinite, the closer you get to the palace, the more the traffic is bustling around there. But here, it's a little bit quieter, and you're able to kind of track him around like the main road before he kind of turns off. But after that, you don't see any signs of him being anywhere near you or kind of backtracking towards you. You do see a few people kind of not staring, but like noticing him and then also noticing you and just kind of giving you a brief wave.
I'll wait
Before
for a
going back to their they go back to their business, but doesn't seem you seem good without a tail.
All right, well then, back to the infinite.
All right, back to the infinite. You are relieved to not see Kairu there and enjoy the water.
I really don't want to go fight this dragon. It's just gonna show up and touch it when I'm not around.
I gotta stay here and protect you from this man. I don't even know what it is. But while you are here, you don't feel that communication open up to you again the way it did before. But strangely enough, yeah, as you return to the waters, something about it just feels almost like relieved to see you again. It's hard for Kiroso to have to explain to someone else, but it almost feels in this kind of moment that not the person who was speaking with you, the voice that was in your head, but the water itself like greets you back when you come. And if you'd like to take your long rest in it, you absolutely can. Just like sink to the bottom of the infinite and sleep.
Yeah. We didn't really get to it before, but again, again, not looking for the actual infinite to speak to me. That doesn't happen. This other thing is new, but kind of like the commune in a way. But I'm also the part of that is kind of like, I'm gonna intentionally, as I'm starting to take my long rest, intentionally kind of examine the one past life I know of.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to confront it a little more.
Okay.
Kind of as a third-party observer with a less intense version of watching it kill a bunch of tritons. Try and come to terms with that is me and I am that, and then see if there's further back bits of who I was once, and just kind of focus on that.
This is a very strange kind of reading because it is very much a reading of yourself, but not yourself. Insight check for this one, please. Ooh, okay, we back. We back, boys. And maybe it's something about being back in the water and it kind of calming you and feeling that kind of familiarity of not only being there, but it also recognizing you and acknowledging you in a way that kind of sets your mind in a space to kind of explore this strange other version of yourself from some other place, some other time, whatever it might be. But it doesn't come to Kiroso very smoothly, unfortunately. It feels as though despite your calm in this situation, they are almost like quick flashbacks that you don't even seem to be getting in order, specifically. You first kind of get flashbacks of things you've already seen. The unfortunate killing of other Tritons in your area. Friends and faces that you don't know, but in that life, you know that they were friends and family. You're at least able to kind of connect with the memories of whatever that other version of you was.
Friends and family of current Kiroso, or friends and family of the guy doing the killing?
Of the guy doing the killing.
Okay.
Yes, not Kiroso at the moment. As you are going through it as well, you are starting to get flashes of what feels like, it just feels like a familiar landscape, but it's different. Obviously, the desert is of one kind of landscape, and that's pretty easy to recognize. But there are things about it that are just so familiar to you. You can't quite put your finger on it. For this, this is your speciality, I'm sure. An investigation as you are attempting to parse some of these things together. It's
All things
good.
considered, not so bad.
That's really good. You're starting to kind of, and this is probably more your druidic training than anything coming through, but the landscape feels familiar and different because it's both. It is this area. It's what Kimatha Kimane would be if it weren't in a desert. It's this space, but different. Very different. It's lush. There's grass in plenty of places. No sand to be found at all. But just the space alone is enough for you to kind of recognize it's the city. And in these flashbacks, you still do see the infinite. There are places where it is still as large as it is. It almost has the exact same shape, even from the angles that you're seeing it in. But again, just the environment's different. It feels almost more like a lake rather than an oasis this time. And you do see that most of the others, the other Tritons, do live in that area. And in some of these flashbacks, you are of normal height, regular, a Triton of your size, not the sort of hulking, overgrown version you saw before. There are other contacts that are close to you, but you don't recognize them. The other ones you were able to kind of feel through the memories that they were close. But some of them aren't. And they feel like they're important. But the flashes are kind of coming in and out of order, and eventually they do stop. And you're just kind of able to piece together that whatever version that was, even their environment was different. You were still here in this city, just very different.
I'm just gonna speak out loud, just thinking to myself. As much as I'm talking to myself, I'm talking to the infinite.
Mm-hmm.
And I think I do in this space. Like, I'll think out loud in common all the time. But here, talking to potentially the infinite, I do switch to primordial and speak in the language of water. And just... I do not know if that is a place long ago, or if there is an alternate... I doubt there is a place from where we are that is a copy of this city. And I do not think that there is a copy of you. But if you are infinite, perhaps there are many places, and you connect them all. I will think more on these. And then as I'm like getting ready to actually sleep, oh, and I was also glad to return to Joe.
It was nice to see you too.
And then we'll do some sleeping.
All right, sounds good. You were able to sleep. So you are sleeping in the water, which sounds so dangerous. Don't do that unless you're a fish man. But Kiroso is having a good time. We'll head over to the rest of the team. Valen, Ryland, Hilda, Kemin, and Nirja and Rusi, technically, as well. But you guys are chilling at the estate, from what I hear. You're going to do a couple things tomorrow, early afternoon / morning, which is pick up some magic items, head to Waterdeep. But for right now, you have a good half of the day or so before the sun starts to set. What are you guys up to?
I think Valen, if no one else is doing anything, will take Kevin up on his training offer. Because I think that was on the table and has been severely ignored for the last like 6 months. So,
I mean, things have been busy. I understand.
yeah, it's a lot on the plate. A lot on the plate.
When isn't there, right?
It just seems like we keep adding more.
Yeah. True. And I mean, it's been a minute, but I have also told you that I do really appreciate you finding me in the first place. Getting me out of there was very awesome, and I very much appreciate it. Happy to teach you whatever I can too, but yeah, other than this, let me know if there's something I can help with too.
You've been an incredible help. So no, you're good. Thank you. And you
I
did the
mean,
same for
only-
me, so no worries.
Yeah. Speaking of, I know things are busy, and we don't need to. This is not a now thing, but we probably should find our siblings at some point too.
Yeah, I've been thinking about that too.
Like I said, not a now thing, especially because our brother is just the worst. But if he's part of it, we probably have to figure that out too.
I might have a humane solution for that.
I'm so curious what that means.
We have a magic item that we can put people into.
Oh, okay.
The trick
Is it like a mind thing though?
No, they physically go in.
Well, no, I mean like, you know how like physical things happen to you? Like sometimes you can cast a spell on me, and if my mind is right, like it won't happen. Do you know what I mean?
Oh, they do have to be willing, and that's the trick. That's where magic comes in. And I don't generally like bending the wills of people, but I'd rather bend his will than bend his bones. So we'll do it that way.
Bending bones doesn't sound terrible. But what do you, I mean, I'm curious what I guess I shouldn't say the spell because I don't know what that means. So you can make someone do something willingly?
There are spells to do it. I don't typically keep them, but
Do you know them?
the beauty of wizardry is I can find out. That's
So you have to
part
go
of the.
find a spell to get the spell to spell the spell on that guy and hopefully get him in the thing?
Think of spells like techniques, like martial techniques.
Uh-huh.
They're out there. You just have to learn them. We are seeing
All right.
my former master tomorrow, so I will ask her for help getting them, or I can even ask Kanugu. I'm sure she has something to that effect.
I mean, maybe we don't have to be icky and we could just kneecap him and throw him in a bag. He
I do
might
have
be
a
a little
bag.
hard, but oh no! Wait,
You mean like a physical bag, not like a bag
yeah,
of
like a
holding?
sack,
Okay, I fail to see how that's more humane.
He gets a chance to fight back.
Okay.
I think if it's even, or maybe not even, I don't know.
How about this? We'll prepare both. I'll ask him at the time. If he's a little feisty, we'll beat him. And if not,
Okay.
then he can just go
This
in.
is way easier for me. All I have to do is get a sack. You have to learn a whole spell.
Learning's part of the game.
Oh, okay.
Gotta stay sharp.
I bring it up because it's also the times our queen has been gracious enough to have us in her presence. They haven't been there.
No. Which means our sister is probably better at hiding than we are. Or is it a place that she can't be reached? Which makes finding her very hard. Does Valen remember enough of her? Like general face to send like a sending
Oh
at some
no,
point?
no, unfortunately. Do not know enough.
I could try to scry on her, but who knows what the hell that's gonna look like.
Yeah. Might be tough. Also,
Tell you what.
no.
We
No,
killed
go
this damn dragon. We free Nerja.
Yeah.
put that on the docket.
I mean, eventually, like I said, I think the dragon and Nurja are the top priority. It sounds like, right?
Mhm.
Take
Yep.
care of those things, and then we'll go for. Are we gonna go back to the desert for that thing? By the way.
Yeah, I think so. At some point, Kiroso said he could make that trip considerably shorter.
Oh, okay. So there's less things to hit on the way, though.
Yeah, hopefully. Less Groot slangs if we're lucky.
That was cool, though.
I mean, it was.
That worm was cool too. I was sent into the night sky. If it hadn't been for you, which I super appreciate, by the way, I would have had to figure out a landing.
That figure out so much as stick the landing is.
It's harder on sand. I've been trying to practice a little bit, but like in the city, it's like harder, like sand. Like it's easier it's like firm. But out there, it's like I might land, but I might be like up to my chest in sand. I was worried it would take me a bit to get back, but that was great.
It was fun. It was definitely fun. We got a lot on our plate.
We always will. Anyway, you need to learn some
let's
stuff.
just for a moment before we go into that. What's our end game? Let's say we got all the siblings together.
Yeah.
We killed the queen. What are we doing? And if we do, what is our goal?
Boy, all right. If we get everyone together, the brother is on our brother is on her side, as far as I'm concerned, unless he's fooling everyone, which fuck if I know. But
Dangerous game to play, but yeah.
Yeah, as far as I'm concerned, I'm quite sure he's cool with whatever she has planned for us.
Okay, and I assume we are going against whatever she has planned.
Foster Kel was.
Okay, which means either we provide her with a substitute, or we provide her with a permanent death.
I didn't think that far ahead. It was more just like figure out what the hell's going on with us, and then we find out what's going on with.
And our people revolve around the queen, so if we kill her, she needs to be replaced.
Do you want to be queen?
No.
Okay.
Absolutely not.
Is that
All
right?
hail Queen Valen.
That is such a Ryland question.
First of his name.
Hopefully, maybe.
Kevin sees nothing wrong with his question, by the way.
Yeah, no.
It's like, it's not his answer a question. What's wrong?
Foster Kel, maybe she might have a mind for it, but I
She'll
don't
hate
know. So will I. I mean,
I hate most things, though.
that is true. Is there? Well, all right. This is conjecture at this point. Hopefully, she has a better head for this than I do. But if there's any like-minded, or I don't know, not criminally insane people amongst our people that we can elevate, that'd be nice.
I think most of them are dead. We would be if we weren't special.
That's the problem, right? But there's got to be a resistance somewhere. There's got to be something, someone.
I mean, we can keep our eyes open, I guess. I'm pretty sure we're the only ones for miles anyway, right?
Yeah, I am.
Well, wait, you heard about that, the crash, right?
I heard there was a crash.
Yeah. There's one that's like somewhere in this desert.
Doing the queen's bidding?
I don't know. I just know it exists.
Didn't they chase you? Wasn't that the ones that followed you?
No, she sent her guard.
Okay.
chased me.
All right. So I mean, what's the game plan? We saunter up to this crash and be like, "Hey, are you interested in regicide?
Lord and
Like,
Savior Valen?
how is this gonna work?"
I don't know. I'm not sure. We don't have to go there again. It is just something I know of.
You've been in the game longer than I have. Is all I'm trying to say. I got kicked out early, so
Yeah. Yep.
I don't. And then there's the. Look, I know our people aren't the most palatable civilization out there, but I don't want to see it end either. We
I
do.
think we're fine.
I've learned a lot out here, and I think their tolerance of a lot of things is admirable, and it allows them to achieve things that I think we would have a problem doing, like as a people. But at the same time, they lack focus, and I think when it comes to hard decisions, we are like as a civilization able to. Isn't we're behind one will, so obviously it's easier to execute on that. So I don't know. I'm not sure. And then there's always the mind flayer threat. If we lose sight on that, we're the only ones really keeping the astral clear of them. So I don't know. There's no easy answer here. But she's taken her eye off that ball too, so
It's been a little quiet there, to be honest.
that's horrible news.
Yeah, I agree. I'm not saying you're wrong here, but I know the raids were really slowed down after a while. I think they're still happening, just not
That could be our
in the way
ticket.
they were.
If we could prove that she's either intentionally not killing them or worse, cavorting with them, that's enough on its own.
Oh boy. That's
We
a lot
know
of
the second is true because she shouldn't have tolerated those assholes at that party.
that lovely fancy party. I don't know. What's our word against hers? Pretty sure they'll take hers over ours every day.
You can magically extract our experiences, though.
She can magically kill us too. Not magically. I've seen her kill people with her hands too. Either way.
On this episode, we learned Backlet's got hands.
She will choke a bitch. Does not give a shit.
Oh, God. All right. I think we're at the point of conjecture, but I like that we've progressed this a little further. Hopefully, Fastrakel is. She's had more luck getting her. I'll try to contact her. I'll make a legit effort to do that.
All right.
There's a good chance that Kiroso is gonna convince everybody else that we should sit around and do nothing for a few days, and if that's the case, then I'll use my time to try to contact her.
Yeah, he seems well adjusted. I don't know.
Yes,
I'm not sure what
I
to
want
say.
a world where I want the world that he thinks exists.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
We just have to kill our way there.
It seems very effective in my past. All right, glad we're on the same page. Focus. Immediately starts the lesson. For this, as per usual, we do need some checks to see how much progress you two are able to make. The problem with this is that it's based off of the two of yours. Oh no, yours is good. Yours is oh no, you're both good. Never mind. You need an int check from me, and I need a wisdom check from him. Because he is teaching you and you are attempting to learn. It's good. It's good. It's good. Thanks to you, it is okay. So it's abstract for you.
Wisdom.
Oh, I said you're correct. I had intelligence, so that would be a bonus of. Hold on. Add 2 to that, so that's a 16 instead.
Yeah.
So
I got
the
2
reason
more
it's
points, Dennis.
Thank you.
and it's only because Valen is there that his intelligence is not a negative. But he's explaining things well, and on like an academic perspective, you get it. But it's just, these are muscles that you have not flexed before, like you didn't know you had them. So it's just kind of clunky and unwieldy for Valen, but all the while, Kevin is very patient with you and is doing his best to kind of walk you through it. You are getting a better feel of some of the abilities he can do. For example, when he told you to kind of think of him if you're in danger and such, you're kind of getting the idea that through practice, there might be more that you can both do through that tether. And he keeps explaining it as a tether, where he can see other tethers and stuff, and that's kind of how he teleports and moves around if he needs to. But the one between you two, he describes as just being ever present. And as you get better at it, the two of you might be able to change positions easier, or swap entirely, or kind of reposition along that tether as well. So kind of like in between the spaces as well. But there is a danger in which you need to make sure the nodes stay separate. And during one of the like practices, you see him kind of like abort and immediately kind of pop out of the connection the two of you made for a second. Okay, look, so we got to go in there like real focused, okay? Because I haven't seen it like happen well before, but sometimes like our like, I don't know, our brains or whatever almost like get mushed together, kind of. So like you'll be a little bit of me and I'll be a little bit of you. We won't really be like separate anymore. Like things, you know, we need to stay separate but move together. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Let's focus. Kind of like goes back into training with you. But you are expanding your psionic capabilities with him.
Awesome.
Practice is had. I was gonna hop over to, I'll go to Ryland and then I'll go to Helda after that. So Helda, but think about whatever you might be doing in your downtime. And Ryland, I saw you drag yourself over to the green room, so that was why I was like, I feel like you know what you're doing. So what's up, man? What are you doing?
I don't know what I'm doing.
You're just here.
I think seeing Valen and talk about sparring and whatnot, he's like, "Ooh, that's a good idea. Let's go practice your work, Lucy."
Okay.
And
Okay.
they're just gonna practice put some more time in on forms and seeing if she can't maybe shift on her own is what we're working on.
Okay, gotcha.
I don't think it's possible, but that's what we're like. Hey, like, I need help.
Okay, go ahead and you roll me a this would be just like a charisma check essentially. So this is just like a check for you.
Charisma.
I'll roll for Rusi just so it doesn't feel like you're rolling the same thing. For her, it is.
I like
going
the
to
candle.
be-
No, I'm kidding.
Oh my god, I light the candle. This seems like a good time to light the candle.
Oh, boost. Bad.
I'm sorry.
I don't believe you.
As you are kind of like
personal.
that felt personal. I'm sorry. As you are explaining like how to change forms, it is such a foreign thing for her. It's just well, this is like, it's what you tell me what to be, and then I'm that thing. I don't know all of it, but I think it's like what he does with the bird. Like the bird can't change.
Yeah, but you're special. I think you can do it.
Oh,
You also got to
thanks.
work on your blinking thing because Flandy forgot about that, and Rylan definitely didn't.
What do you mean?
You're a blink dog. You got to blink out. And bad things happen. You just like, whew.
Oh. You mean like before they hit me?
Yeah.
It's kind of hard. You gotta think hard.
That's why we got to
do it.
practice.
Oh, okay. Big brain time.
And he'll grab a dead twig or something like that that's in here. I'm sure something's naturally died and run its course, and he'll use that so he's not like physically harming her.
I just feel like like one side of her is just gonna be fully like flattened leaves from getting bapped so many times. like not hurt, obviously, but just
But yeah.
made contact every time. For this, dexterity saving throw, please, for her. I'll have you roll this one because I wanted to roll the other one because you're working as a team, but this one is mostly just her being able to react.
She's in Ryland's aura.
Oh, she is this fucking ham. Yeah, fucking get it. I can't. Absolutely.
It's gonna roll doubles because I'm using her sheet. Oh, that's depressing.
Awaken. Just say the word, Jesus. But you. It's pretty much exactly what I described, where it's like you do test it numerous times, and there are times where like in her like preemptive, like she gets so nervous and like pent up that she'll teleport before you even swing and then come back just in time to get bapped. Like there were times where like it was so close to being on time, but instead again like it was just either too early or just like bap and then teleport. So she is very much struggling after a few attempts. You see her just like her tail kind of between her legs. Not very good at this, am I?
I think it's the lack of real danger.
He pulls out a blade.
How about now? Stab. No, but he's gonna. I think it's the lack of real danger. We just gotta work on it. We'll get you.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Don't apologize, goofball. I'm just glad I remembered you. I checked, by the way. I was very
Yeah.
afraid mid-fight, but I did want to make sure that I still remembered you.
Yeah,
So
I'll never forget
that's
you.
good at least. Yeah. I imagine that's in the middle of the leaf swaying.
Again, too early, then bap.
Yeah,
It's hard because I think I know what's coming.
To cut back to this moment when you guys get a race to the dragon fight.
Oh boy.
Mm.
But yeah, he'll do that for a decent amount of time, and then towards the end, he'll give a shout out to Maliki.
Okay, what are you shouting at your lady?
I feel like they're both like laying down, panting, because they're like fighting this whole time. Like, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just like,
Exactly.
and I think he's just gonna kind of lay in the grass and I think he's gonna focus on Hunter's Mark,
Mm-hmm.
like identifying her, not necessarily as a target,
Yeah,
but like maybe this is how I can connect better. And he's just gonna kind of like focus on that. He's gonna burn his channel divinity because, lol. Flandy needs it. Rylan does it. Flandy does. He's just gonna like as he's laying there, he's just like, so just an update. We did fight him off, and I think we did really good. Now I gotta track him down, and I got a couple skills in my repertoire. And he's just gonna kind of like ramble off a little bit. It's like I know he's in this general vicinity, and hopefully he doesn't attack anybody that we need him not to attack. And that was a lot, and he's just gonna recount like the perils of the fight. I'm like, hopefully now that we're back home and not in weird places, our connection's a little better. I know you can always hear me, but it'd be nice to hear from you.
Oh, yeah, go for it.
Okay.
I'm praying for Flandy's praying.
I'm rolling once as Rusi and once as Ryland.
Okay.
Oh god.
Jeez.
Ah.
Mhm.
Oh, that's a 7. Oh, I thought that was a 70. Oh shit.
It has been a minute, you good lord. So as Flandy is flandying, as Ryland is thinking this and kind of attempting to connect with her with the Hunter's Mark and such. In general, what do you think his like demeanor is as he's going through this? Is he kind of like anxious because he hasn't heard for a little bit? How is he? What do you think his demeanor is?
I think he's more like you know when you're on the phone and you know you're going through a shitty cell service area.
Yeah.
I think it's more the confidence of like, hey, I'm back in the service area, and hopefully you can hear me better now, because I know you was probably struggling to hear me, and I'm not the best at speaking on the phone, but you hear me now, right? And I think there's like a little bit of hesitation, like, right? But it's mostly just the positive, like, hey, yeah, you can hear me now? Good.
There's like an essence of like, this should work, right?
Yeah. I improved my situation.
Yes, because I've done some shit. But as you sit and kind of focus, do you think his eyes are closed, or like what's he focusing on visually, if he is?
I think they were initially. And towards like the end of his like reaching out, like I think he's just kind of like opened his eyes and taken in, because towards the end he talked about being in a better place and hopefully there's a better connection now. And I think now he's just kind of looking around the room, looking at the plants that she helped him grow through, the magic she's given him, that kind of stuff.
Gotcha. As you are kind of looking over the plants and such, it is undeniable that as you see some of the plants, even the ones that are kind of like creeping up towards the ceiling, I imagine Ryland even has some that are like hanging from like hooks along the walls as well. Like it is, you know, as green as it can be. But you've seen it so many times in the spells that you have cast as well. But it's just almost like a green kind of wisp, almost like a tendril that kind of works its way through some of the leaves directly above you, kind of slowly coming to sort of circle where you and Rusi are seated. And as you're kind of looking over, you can see that Rusi's staring at the light as well before like looking back at you, like full mouth open, like happy dog expression, just and for the first time in so fucking long, you feel a strong and undeniable connection with Myliki. It's likely for Ryland, it's been like a week or two or so, but just all the trials and shit that you have been through in the meantime, it's just felt much needed. But the first thing you feel from this connection is a sense of not necessarily relief, but just content in being able to see you again. You can almost feel the smile in the room as her full attention is on you. Sounds like you have been busy.
I have. I got to use your hunter's mark on the I almost said Bobar bitch, on the Soul Seeker dragon.
Pardon my language.
I also got to use, it was really cool, Aura of Purity, and it helped protect us for a little bit, but he did a lot of cold damage. It really hurt.
I have been meaning to speak with you for a few things. You were supposed to have disappeared at some point. But you didn't. Not to me.
Oh, like, I remember now.
It's coming back. It's been a minute. That's what I'm saying. Like,
Yeah,
it's been a minute.
like, was I promised and didn't know it?
What the fuck happened? In this situation, I could tell I should not have been able to see you. And I can also tell that it wasn't because of me or who I am, but rather something about you. I don't know what that means, though.
It's our friendship, like Rusi's and ours.
It's this attitude that makes it nice to speak with you again. There's something else. I don't know what it is, though.
I think Ryland's kind of, there's like a little bit of blushing going on his end. He's like, I just.
Man, my dog's in the.
I love it. It's like, I think you're missing some eyes in there, and there's.
Oh God.
I don't know. I just have a lot of faith in you and everything that you've done for me.
I'd like to take credit for it, but I don't think that's what it was. Either way, whatever this is giving you some kind of benefit. It was almost as if you willed me to see you again.
Well, if we're talking magics, the only thing I can think of and like he kind of gets a little bit of a scowl on his face as he starts thinking about the melodious master. It may have been something with his trials. I failed one of them, which disconnected us for a bit.
Yes.
But it also passed a couple others, and I think I told you about him. But that's where I saw Talona in her statue form, and it was a weird, different version of her, but not our Talona, but a different one. And she was actually kind of helpful.
I'm not sure what to make of the visions he gifted you. Or him, exactly.
I don't know if Rylan would know the word for alternate universe.
Different place, different time, who knows?
He'll kind of ask, like, are you aware of different versions of us?
Ooh, persuasion.
Oh boy, I already rolled the best that I'm gonna roll tonight. It was a 7.
You got this.
As you read it, yeah, see, I told you that's a 5.
It's
It's a 5.
the fact that you're still whispering.
At least I could use one hand to show you how many that is.
This is what happens when you're allowed to roll well in combat. You don't guarantee it everywhere else.
That's the payoff.
Seems to be.
Oh gosh. As you asked, what'd you say?
Does he pass?
She's about to hear it, but no, not really. Do you have another D?
I have the one from Halloween.
Hold on.
Okay.
We need that. We need that for beating up dragons that might kill us.
Oh, okay.
This
That's
is just
true.
information.
The Halloween ones are like the special ones. Those are the ones that don't expire. So, keep that in the special
Those
pocket.
are sacred.
So you can just throw them out when it's the. But no, that is very nice of you to consider it for a second.
I agree. Thank you.
I used my non-expiring one to roll a 3. Persuasion check for something. I know it was a deception check against the guy.
Mhm. Oh, wait, you just got a
thank you,
D4.
Ahmed. Will that push us
You
over?
were supposed to inspire Foos.
You're supposed to inspire Bruce. Okay. But as you ask this question, in this connection that you have with her, and as anytime you've connected with her as clearly as you are right now, there's been sort of like an open honesty that Ryland is able to kind of read without feeling deceived in some kind of way. But as you ask this, you like immediately feel kind of like a hesitation, and then you hear an answer that you do know is honest from your connection with her. The truth is complicated in that regard. If there is, it's often not relevant in some cases. So far away, it must not even exist in some ways. If you're asking if I've ever met you, another version of you, then no.
I think he's trying to change that.
I think he's trying to change a lot of things.
I do know we can't let the Soul Seeker Dragon be absorbed by this thing. I think that might be, I don't know if he knows of it, but that's a power that I think the Melodious Master would relish in. And abuse.
Another reason to destroy it.
I'm trying to remember if there's anything else Rylan wanted to tell Unicorn Lady.
Do you want a second so we can hop over to
Yeah,
like
let's do that.
come
Let's
back?
do that.
Okay. And he's like, yes, please, give me a second. But we will.
I'm just talking to a deity. Don't mind me.
Yeah, I was actually going to say, I don't know if anyone else is near the green room, right? Because Valen and Kemen are training likely in the study. I imagine you're just kind of hanging out in the study as well, but Helda, where would you find yourself? This is happening.
It's early in the morning, I'm assuming?
No, it's kind of later afternoon at this point. Getting closer to like 4 p.m.
Then I think she'd be in the study waiting for
Okay. Yeah.
waiting for the water deep thing.
Gotcha. All right. Well, that's going to happen the
That's
next day.
tomorrow.
So essentially,
never mind.
you have the rest of this day to kind of do whatever Hilda would do in downtime.
Well, she already did it. What I'd like to do, she already did earlier, meditation. So yeah.
Yeah, you can absolutely do that as well. Like, if that's what she's doing to chill out, it's all good. If you want to like watch the Yankee brothers and just kind of hang out near them, you can. It's truly whatever she'd like. If she wants to leave and walk around the city, she can do that as well. It's genuinely whatever you think she would be doing. Oh my God! Hello, we just got raided.
Be in denial.
Whoa.
That's
D in
amazing.
denial. That name
Friendly.
sounds so familiar. I don't remember if we've ever raided you, or maybe I've been like hanging out with you
Speed
guys.
of
at some point.
candy.
Speed of
Hold on.
candy. Yes, I heard that.
Fantastic.
The
man.
speed of candy. That is awesome. Oh, holy shit. I'm not following you. Sorry. Let me go fix that. Hello. Thank you very much for the raid. Super appreciated. Flandy got his.
Stardust.
And these names
These
are
are amazing
amazing.
names.
Thank you so much for the raid. Thank you for the follow. If you don't know, I'm Foos, and we run a bunch of TTRPGs on Wednesdays, Fridays, and Saturdays. And I drag most of my friends along with me, and fun. Our Fridays is a new Wild Wild West Pathfinder adventure that I pay Flandy. There's no reason why he's here.
That's why I'm leaving for a little bit. She kind of Mr. Bill.
I did. I usually give him a down payment for the year. I missed my deadline for it, so he's got to go. But yeah, trying to learn more about Pathfinder. We are struggling
So
our
are
way through
we.
it, but we're having a good time. It's also particularly funny because my brother, Nenners, is the DM for it, and he's like, hey, I'm running your Wild Wild West, and I was like, cool, I'm gonna make a druid. And be as un-Western as possible. But we're having fun, and he's very patient and wonderful. So thank you, Dennis, for being awesome. And yeah, you can find us being nerds most of the time. Tomorrow we might be playing Ghost of Tsushima, but we'll see. But thank you so much for the raid. I feel like I've seen you guys around. I'm so sorry. I hope you had a wonderful stream, and I have followed you. So hopefully I can return the favor and or see you guys live sometimes. So yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. And I will hop back into Helda. That's what it was. We were trying to see what you.
Oh, we can hop
were
into
interested
Helda.
in. We can what?
We can,
It's
and it
already being
leads to
piloted.
bad things we have learned.
I see.
do
Right.
that.
Yes.
I think
sure.
she'd be half observing the brothers, just being brothers, I guess. Would they be speaking in common, or I guess Yankee here?
Yeah. Well, they both have tongues activated because one has a crown and one has a ring, so you'd be able to understand them finally. Kemen, as mentioned, can finally just speak and everyone understands him.
Oh yeah. So she'd be like half trying to meditate, half listening to these guys, and just feeling really fucking confused. She's feeling something weird in the back of her head as she's watching the two brothers interact.
What are you feeling?
I think for her it'd be kind of like this. Again, it comes from that place of I am missing memories, and for some reason she feels a bit of like fondness watching the two brothers interact at the same time, and at the same time a bit of jealousy, I guess, is what she would feel.
I'm going to have the brothers roll insight at disadvantage because they're both trading, but I want to see if either of you will notice that Helda is watching a little sadly. Let me get his character sheet. I feel like Nenners is going to be terrible. It's disadvantage, but you can't go any lower than that, so we'll just leave that roll.
But you can roll
Uh,
two ones, and I want to
Fish
see
for
it.
the crit.
Oh God, that's mean. Okay, let's see.
Oh, it would have been good.
Ooh, that's why it hurts.
I wanted to
That's why
see
it
two
hurts.
red numbers.
Okay. There's probably a moment where mid interaction that you see Kevin kind of like look off to the side for a second and then stop. Hey, is she? Oh shit! We just got raided again.
Oh,
Rounds of initiative.
welcome.
So many
Hello!
raids.
We just got raided twice. Amazing. How's it going, Flavy? I'm sure you're shouting them out. There it is.
He's G.
he's on it. He's on it. Again, am I following you guys?
Stashing
I
tree.
am. Good. I was like, that sounds familiar too, and I'm hoping I did. I do follow you. Thank you so much for the raid. We are, if you don't know us, we do TTRPGs on Wednesdays, Fridays, and Saturdays, as mentioned, and Pathfinder on Fridays, which we're struggling our way through, but it's a good time. I hope you had a wonderful stream.
That's right.
Flandy's whispering weirdly, and I don't know why. Oh,
Oh, sorry. I'm noting right now. Sorry. Listen, Flandy's not the greatest at remembering things sometimes, so I'm trying to collect my brain for this Telona talk, or not Telona. If I can, that was the note I was looking at.
wow.
My leaky talk.
Take
Talk
your
of
time.
Telona.
You are
See, I
good.
need help.
Yeah, you do. You do. But our monk was just watching the brothers interact. Feeling a little sad that she doesn't. Oh my god, I need to change the music because I was still on the holy stuff because you were contacting her, and it doesn't feel appropriate for what's happening. So give me 1 second as I swap this hilariously incorrect song. But as the two brothers are training, at one point, Kemen kind of looks away from Valen, like mid explanation, and then locks eyes with Helda. Are you good?
I think she would have been a little out of it as she's watching, just like him talking to her immediately. Like, honestly, I don't know.
Oh, okay. You don't look hurt.
I don't think I am.
She okay?
He's gonna inspect it very carefully, not touch the scar.
Don't touch this. Give me a medicine check.
Although part of him is like, maybe I can trigger the fight that way, but I'm not ready for it. Yeah.
We don't like this.
Valen has the facial hair too, so part of it matches him.
Like this could work, but he's mature enough not to act on impulse on opportunity. So he'll just kind of go through and just give her as best he can, like just a once over. Like, does he see any wounds or anything?
No, medicine check. Go ahead.
All right, fine. Fuzzy.
Huh? What's up?
Why is
Oh,
medicine?
yeah,
wisdom?
fell into your trap card. No, I hear you. Yeah,
Why is it wisdom?
I don't know.
Uh-huh.
You did roll a 6.
It would have been a fucking 15 if it was a int.
As you
Sorry, 13. That's still
as you're looking over Helda, seems physically healthy. But I think in noticing that, you would kind of see that Kemen is more like it's not. How are you feeling? Like not like.
Oh, like
Wow.
emotionally. I can't help it.
Yeah.
Oh,
I don't think we're supposed to do that aloud though.
okay. We're gonna see Severe tomorrow, though.
You okay?
Said yes? A no? Am I getting any physical sign here?
Okay, sorry, I misheard. I didn't hear the question. What was up?
How are you feeling emotionally?
Let me roll something here.
Okay.
Take off advantage. 11. Would that be enough? Not be enough? I don't know.
We don't know what you're rolling.
Yeah, it's up to you.
You usually decide DC before you roll, sir.
Okay. It's a good idea, man.
I like the approach.
Love you, brother.
Yeah.
You would feel like stop for a couple of seconds and then just very slowly, like it's a question almost the way she says it. Sad?
You know what sad is, right? Like
Yeah.
like sad.
Yeah.
Are you sad?
Like sorrow or just like sad?
When I was looking at you two, I felt very happy for a second, then very sad.
Oh. I think it's because you look mad a lot of times, Valen. If you just smile a little more, You know,
A little
that might.
more smile.
Yeah. Yeah. Ooh. Not like that. No. Ooh. Okay. We're gonna work on that. It's that, right? Like I'm sorry. It has to be his face, right?
Look, I'm not a people person by any means. This chooses constant persuasion checks.
I don't think so.
No. All right. Okay.
Think about it.
Okay. I hope you feel better. If there's some, he kind of like
What
looks
would
around the room for a
trigger
second. Just, man, we are the worst bunch of people to talk about this right now.
Yeah, there's no one in here who's.
Yeah.
Ryland,
Actually, wait.
if you could find Ryland, he could probably help. You might get hit in the head with a beak or a claws, but on your way in.
You kind of bring up a good point, though, right? Like, why is it?
What
Why is it
triggered
with
it?
us?
Oh, did you have like a trainer or a mentor? Maybe that you're missing? Is that it? Who taught you Kung Fu? Or whatever Faerun's equivalent of Kung Fu is.
Good question, actually. Would she remember who taught her?
Oh my god.
Give me a history check at disadvantage.
A disadvantage.
A disadvantage. No, patchy, but you don't remember that. You remember what they look like, and I'll let you decide what that is, but you don't remember names or how long you were training for.
Does she remember how this person was?
No.
Okay.
Genuinely just kind of like what they look like.
Oh. She was
Sorry.
tall like me. Long white hair. An elf.
I mean,
I don't think that looks like either of us. It's probably not that.
no, but I do know a little bit about elves. I speak their tongue.
Why do you
But-
speak their tongue?
It was convenient, and they have a lot of magical knowledge. And they don't like
okay.
writing it anything other than Elvish. So
Interesting.
on favor, they're anyway. Well, we could discuss about that later. But as far as I understand, elves prefer swords and bows because they're not physically.
I saw her in combat, though. It seems like she's punching.
she knows
somebody.
what she's
Probably
doing.
Feels like a,
Oh, absolutely. This is not a
that is the
critique.
weapon, you know.
Right, absolutely. But for like I don't know, from an elf to elf kind of thing. You know what I mean? Unless it's like some.
I mean, she seems weird for an elf, right? I'm sorry, right? Like you're kind of weird.
I've been told that before.
And by weird, he means non-standard.
That's kind of what weird means, isn't it?
There could be a negative connotation to it, but yes.
Oh, okay.
Negative connotations are non-standard. You're just like,
The two worst people talking to her. Like, how are your feelings, you weird person?
He doesn't see it like that. You're not standard, you know? It's just, you're not the exemplar of your race. But, all right. So you were taught by a white-haired tall elf. Did she have similar features to you? Was it family, maybe? Because that could explain. No?
I don't
Okay.
remember.
You don't remember? Oh, no.
All right. Well, I mean, we don't know what that means.
We do know what that means.
We're not sure we know what that means. Do we know what that means?
Are you trying to be nice, or are we...
Well, no, because isn't the thing like the like if they're like super dead, you don't know nothing? Like she knows a little bit.
That might be... The mind is a strange thing. It's possible that she has retained some knowledge, which is maybe why the Soul Stealer Dragon wanted to kill her to end. It's possible whatever, like, if she half remembers that person is like in a quasi state, and maybe that's why he was like, "We got to kill you to," you know what I mean? This is conjecture again, but
yeah, crazy.
it's possible.
Either way, I'm sorry you feel sad. He has an idea, but I don't know if it's a good idea he says it out loud because he looks worried. So I'm going to keep saying what I'm saying, and that is that I would try to teach you, but I can't because I don't think you have psionic abilities. Do you have like latent mind stuff?
I don't think so.
Okay. Okay. You kind of mentioned it earlier. I think maybe you should talk to Ryland. He's probably better.
His emotional intelligence is multiplicatively higher than ours combined.
Okay.
My intelligence is not.
But we will see Severe tomorrow, so maybe you can talk to him like as a long-term kind of situation. Get an appointment. Talk to him on a weekly basis.
Do you think she has demons in her head too?
No, hers is different.
Oh, okay.
Because she's
There's
not.
dragons in her neck.
There is a dragon in her neck, which is weird. But in addition to that, there is nothing that serves as a phylactery.
Hydrate. Hi, Garrus.
Garrus, what up? You gonna be in Mass Effect
I
5, bro?
have this pitcher of water. I've been working my way through. Almost done with it.
Dang. Good job.
But hers is different because Nerja was dead, and I think Myth of Majesty somehow saved her.
All right. Yeah. No.
She survived somehow, but still suffered the effects of near death. I'm not sure.
You're not dead, right? You're like.
No, she's definitely not.
Because she was dead, but you're not dead.
No.
I don't think I am. She just like starts poking herself like.
No, but if you were dead, you would need something that would hold your soul together.
Oh.
Yeah.
And unless it's that wacky bag of yours.
Oh, then it's lost forever. Just fucking, we're not gonna find that anytime soon.
Oh god, that's a good point. But I mean, if to test the theory, I'd have to. Have you been separated from that bag for more than like a few days?
I don't think so.
All right.
I think you are coming up with experiments, and you should just go talk to Ryland.
Yeah, we could try. The problem with trying it is if I'm right, she dies. So we're.
That's why I'm saying the experiment part, because I've heard every end of your conversations, and I've seen all the expressions of everyone else when you're saying those, and it's usually not positive.
Look, the path to the truth is often a brutal one, but
I wholeheartedly agree. But this feels like a time for not brutality.
I agree. I don't disagree with you. It's all right. Go talk to Ryland. He's definitely.
Our prescription is don't talk to us.
Right. The gift cure for mental illness is killing
Our
monsters.
prescription is don't talk to us. Joe, can you please clip that quote?
What am I clipping?
You could
Add quote. Our prescription is to not.
I was too busy adding the path to truth is often a brutal one. I didn't realize Balin was a dictator. Jeez.
Oh man, that's amazing.
If Yankee Brothers left alone are a problem.
I think she would just be listening to your advice to give you a nod and like, okay, all right.
Yeah. No, and that always, feel free to talk, but we're ill. It's like asking me for like a kick technique,
I feel like I have a good excuse. You actually grew up around other people, but I
got exiled from my orphanage town, like before I was an adult.
Yeah, I know, but you were around. It's not a competition. Good luck.
I'm sorry, it hit my brain immediately. Orphanage Town is the saddest musical anyone's ever written. It's what that hit my brain as. Oh my god.
Be similar to Oliver Twist. Play
No. You are able to leave if you'd like.
Yeah, I think she would like just be listening to the advice, nodding, like, okay, I'll go find Ryland. But she would take it for a bag and hand it to you, Valen.
Oh no, I don't think that should.
No,
should keep that.
you hold on to this. Look, if I'm right, and you did die, and your soul is somehow in here, if you get too far away for too long, you're dead.
Oh,
So
no.
hold on to this.
Okay.
Oh, stop it.
I don't have a way of bringing you back.
Unreasonable attachment to this bag.
Worst comes to worst. When Kiroso gets back, we cast reincarnate and roll them dice.
Someone steals the bag from her. She goes, "I'm gonna die!"
She gets shoplifted and is like, "You don't understand."
I mean, she was willing to experiment here, see if that's what's up, but okay.
Look, if it meant like you went into a coma, you went into a coma or something, or if it was like some physical malady that I'd have to help you get rid of, sure, no problem. Death is rough, and we're not guaranteed to bring you back. We could bring who knows back, and you'd be off in the ether or worse in someone else's body. If you had memory issues now, imagine what it's like. Yeah, the potential for disaster.
Go talk to Rylan.
Yeah, take the bag.
The dichotomy of these two conversations going just mystical of wonder, and then pure just like, I don't know what's going on. Don't talk to us. You're gonna die if you don't have that bag.
Kevin can read that he can't help her, but he's like, I feel bad, I want to help you, but I can't. So, but I know somebody might be able to. And Valen's like, let's look at this.
Slides the ring off. It's like, solution.
Oh my god. But yeah, I will say that you go to see Rylan. Which we can hop back into Rylan's conversation with the lovely Myliki. But
question.
hit me.
Am I still feeling the +5 strength buff? Not the overall, but the modifier for like athletics is the only one really. Am I still feeling that from the party? Or did that go away?
You do feel it waning.
Okay.
You imagine that after a night or so, it will disappear.
So just kind of finish up at least the initial part there. It's like, I like to believe that it's our connection between the two of us, but I guess you're probably right. If I had to put my finger on it, it's probably something that man did at the party. Speaking of it, we've heard more about Cosmina there. I don't remember, but I think I told you that. But she's still on the list to find. Hopefully, she's better now. That'd be awesome. And then I told you about the Groot slang that we found in the desert. He was mean, and we dispatched him. I did have questions though, and maybe some help. I want to say thank you for my leaves and my armor, and I don't know if this is your intended use for them, but I've been making teas with them, and it's been helping out the group, and I appreciate that. So thank you. I did remember. Plandy remembered.
This feels very much like the grandma who's just like stuck in a chair and has to listen, and the little kid who's just like, let me fucking tell you about my day. I was fighting ninjas in the bushes.
Basically, he's just gonna kind of recount the memories that he had from the statue thing.
Okay.
And I feel good about it because the first trial was the attack from the Soulseeker dragon, and we were able to thwart that. So, which leads into the second attack, which was from Talona. But I don't know if you know, but I'm feeling confident. I don't want it to blow up still, but because that would be bad, and I'm sure it would still infect things and spread and cause havoc. But do you know if my village is safe from the poison concoction now that they're relocating?
I can't say. It's mostly because the nature of such a concoction is that it feeds off of life. Centered in the forest in which you find your village. They're not going to a different forest, are they?
No, you're probably right. That was one of my fears anyways, that it would kind of spread along and find its way there.
It does. That is a strategic location.
Yeah. We are working on curing Hasina. I tried with my new ability that you gave me, but she stopped me and said that she had something similar and tried already, so I wasn't able to do that. But
I feel like Nenners finds him first every time. I'm just like, what's happening?
well, hopefully we still stop that second attack, or at least we will. I know they're working on curing Hasina, but if you have any advice, I'm always listening. And then the last thing, well, I guess two things. I know we know how to find the Soul Seeker Dragon, but I don't know if. Oh, this isn't the right mace, but I don't know if my mace has the ability to destroy a creature of such. It wasn't it wasn't vulnerable to our magics, and I do feel like I need to let you know. Although I already know, I've been using a particularly, I guess, bad candle for good, and it's been super helpful. But the last thing that we learned, that maybe you know something about, if you're willing to share. I know we can't share everything, but we figured out what the VVs mean, and apparently they're reference to the 17th level of the Hells, or the Abyss. The Abyss.
I can see why you get those mixed up.
Yeah, I think we might be going there.
I figured you would at some place, or some point at least. But the Abyss itself is often uncharted. And that layer seems even more so.
I think he's just kind of like giving the hopeful kid look, like.
Yeah, like, and there's a long pause before eventually you hear her add. But even if something tries to take you from my gaze, we've already found out that can't happen.
Yeah. Yeah. Lucy's doing better. She learned some new forms, and we're working on her blink form now. And he kind of looks over at her beaten side, if you will.
Yeah, the slightly flattened side.
Like, we're still working on that part, but hopefully she can use that more in combat. And it was super awesome being able to fly and attack, and we were able to fight together for much longer this time.
She will grow as you do as well.
If there's anything you need me to do, just let me know. But that's what I'm doing for now. We're gonna finish off the demons in Nerja's head tomorrow, and then hopefully that scar will go away when we kill the Soul Seeker Dragon. I'm not 100% sure on that one. I think he's gonna like kind of ramble off into like the scroll of lists of things that we gotta do until she interrupts.
You have many targets, and you have my blessing, of course, to get rid of them. You know what your goals are. You have many. But you also have many friends. And you also have both myself and Rusi with you at all times. With your victories will come many more fights, perhaps, many more targets, perhaps. But as you have faith in me, I also have faith in your strength and your companions. The mark has been helpful. But I believe we can change that. Better, perhaps. So I will ask you a particular question and how we can do that. Would you rather focus its efforts on tracking? Or would you rather focus its efforts on defeating?
Ooh. I think for Ryland, he would you kind of think for a minute. And he goes, well, as you said, with Rusi and my friends and everybody, I think we can overcome almost anything we come across. Might not always be pretty at first, but I think where we lack is finding it. Especially when it's hiding.
Tracking it is. You may not need your eyes to do so, but you will need to focus. Your mark will be changed.
Is she here in like avatar form, or is she just kind of like
No, just
floating voice?
Yeah, floating voice. You have some of like the green wisps going about you, but otherwise you don't have a physical form to lay your eyes upon.
I think just where the wisps are, like, and where the voice is kind of coming from, Ryland's just gonna go to it and like air hug. I know you can feel this, but I'm giving you a hug right now.
Happy hunting, Ryland.
I want to lay you down.
I know. And you feel her starting to recede. And it probably takes a little bit for Ryland to notice, but Helda, you've likely been there for like 2 minutes or so. This room is blindingly bright. There are 2 pillars of light coming from Ryland and Rusi.
Oh shit.
And it is sort of nearly washed out the rest of this room. It is, daylight in the desert. It is a bright environment that you are in, even though you're indoors. But as soon as you kind of walked that corner away from the study and it was the straight hallway into that, you could see the light just eking out of that room into this space. But as you got closer, the light started to slowly dim, and you see Ryland just hugging some of his plants as the light is starting to go down. And the dog beside him looks very excited, very happy. Gonna need new eyes after walking into that room for real.
This is what they meant by emotional maturity.
And Rusi's head kind of snaps off to the side. Oh, hey.
Hi. So the brother told me to come talk to you. They said you're more emotionally intelligent.
I think in the middle of that hug, Ryland like looks at Rusi and looks back at Helda. Like, did you just talk without me talking?
Huh? You do hear Rusi speaking. The mouth of the dog is not moving. It is still like mouth open, happy, like panting. But you hear her voice. Helda.
Okay, I think you were focusing on the wrong thing in our training, but I like it.
Oh, okay. I'm doing good.
Go see if you can talk to Kemen.
Okay. Just
Well,
takes
you
off
might
down
have
the hallway.
They'll figure it out.
The training,
Ryland's
the
not
dog
sure
is
if the
barely-
tongue automatically did it before. I think
Yeah.
it did, didn't it? Yeah. He's like, oh, they'll figure it out. Did you hear me? And Bailey's just like, yeah.
But Rusi goes rushing off. But Helda, you are here with Ryland. You're also noticing there's like, I think Helda, your fucking passive perception's bananas. There is a slight like breeze in this room that after the light went away, the breeze kind of hasn't. You can see all the leaves kind of rustling softly, like nothing alarming, but it's usually very, still in this room. And right now, it is not.
It is lively. Okay.
It is a little bit, yeah.
Did something happen in this room?
Yeah.
The literal
That's
light
like
of God
unicorn
in this room. Did something happen in here?
Well, she's seen him light shit up before. She doesn't know.
You're fine. No, it's just
He's
a funny
just
question.
casting smite on his plant. Smite!
Maybe.
Demons! Or he's lost his shit. Yeah, I was talking to Unicorn Lady. She's gonna help me track things.
Does she know that that's my leaky?
Yeah, you've been around Rylan long enough at this point to know who he follows. He has a big old symbol of her on his belt, and they've talked about it.
Does she know that he refers to the god as?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
He said it enough.
Yes.
You cannot be around Rylan and
You
not
can't
find this.
exactly. You know.
Common faux pas. I think
Fatal
faux
one
pas
for
is
most
even too
people.
light.
Oh, so that was the light. Okay.
Yeah. What's up? You said. I'm sorry. You said someone needed. What happened?
The brothers told me to come talk to you because you're more emotionally intelligent.
That's probably fair. What's up? What's happening?
Oh, so I was feeling.
Come sit.
I
Come
was
sit.
watching. Okay. All right. So I was watching them train, and then I started feeling a little weird.
Like weird how? Like someone was
Like,
interfering?
I felt something first, and then I felt sad, and then the big one. What's his name again?
You're gonna have to be more specific.
I forgot his name. Kid didn't. She did.
Yeah.
I think I'm usually
Not
referred to as
Valen,
the
the other one.
Oh, Kemen.
Yes.
Okay.
He noticed. We started talking, and we arrived at. They're not emotionally intelligent enough to help me and to talk to you, and maybe my soul is in the bag, and it might kill me if I get separated from it.
That came from Valen.
That was.
Yeah. Okay. Well.
Do you want to hold the bag?
On the off chance that he's right, how about you hold on to that?
I want to point out I was right about nurse.
By the way, it's uncanny, the resemblance right now.
No. He's the wrong color, Kit.
Wow.
Well, my skull isn't. You just can't see it.
Who's muted, which is great. Or she was miming. Yep. Her thing died. Anyways, Ryan will kind of like follow up with. Okay, so, I think, and I'm no expert, but I think somehow you came out of that fight, or a fight with the Soul Seeker Dragon before, minimally scathed. And from what it seems like he didn't walk away from that fight without having some sort of prize of his own, which I think shows up in the form of your memories. Does that sound about right?
Maybe.
Why are you rolling a disadvantage? Okay, so and this happened when you saw them sparring?
Yeah. I felt this. Actually, let me roll for that one. I have a little DC for that one.
Get the rollaholic.
Mhm.
I like the role. I felt happy. And then I felt really sad.
Well, perhaps there's some memories lost within such, and maybe seeing something similar sparred them back. I have heard of people losing their memories from other means. I think yours is a little more magical, if I'm being honest.
Maybe.
Sometimes being reminded or seeing similar things helps jog memories, and then maybe that's prevailing.
Okay. But what could it be about it? Balin asked me if it was maybe because they were sparring together, if I had a mentor. But I'm not sure.
Oh, I'm sure you had a mentor.
Yes. She would describe the woman she described to the brothers.
Okay. What's the last memory you have of her? Probably stolen.
Would she have a last memory of her, or no?
Not really. You don't have anything solid. Again, it's just kind of like the visual of this person kind of like flashing. But there's unfortunately not a solid memory.
Not even a good
that you
punch
can
to the
recall.
jaw or something? No?
Sure, but like it's a flash, so you don't remember like why you got punched in the jaw, or like what the lesson was for that day, you know? It's more like you get the visual of it and you're like, cool.
Oh no.
Okay, yeah. But that would basically be it, yeah. Nothing,
Ooh.
no.
That's all I gotta do. Just one second.
Planey's speaking in tongues right now.
The spirit has taken him.
Shit.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Show us the way, Flandy.
I think Ryland's gonna kind of like think on that for a minute, and he's been hanging out around Valen too much.
Oh no, time for experiments.
Okay. Her
So I
soul's
think
in
he's-
the dials now.
Actually, I don't know. This is tricky. I don't know if your memories were stolen or if perhaps you've stolen memories you shouldn't have anymore.
What?
You had some interaction with that Soul Seeker dragon.
Uh-huh.
This mentor of yours might have perished with the dragon. And you might not. You're probably not supposed to remember. But a part of you still does. You have that scar for a reason. Much like Nerja's attached to her. I can never. Is it a glaive? We've called it so many things.
She said
Okay, it
staff
is.
so many
I
times.
know,
think
that's why I'm like, it is a glaive, right? That's the right word?
It's the Baccharis of weapons.
I know Nerja's attached to that wave, but I think that was Kelrin's doing. I'm not sure what your situation is, but there's something special about you.
Something different, at least.
Special.
Or as Valen said, weird.
Yeah, that sounds like him too.
Oh, another thing he said, I might be dead.
I don't think that's the case.
He said Nerj is dead, so it's possible I might be dead. Same thing with the bag.
I think it's more along the lines. Ryland rolled fucking bananas on his intelligence check, so I'm running with it.
Okay.
I think it might be more either your memories were stolen by this dragon, but not completely, or the memories that were stolen from whatever event you were at, the people who were lost, somehow you were able to hold on to some of that stuff, and that's why he hates you so much. I don't think you're dead.
I hope not.
Do you remember this mentor's name?
No.
We'll take care of this dragon.
Okay. Thank you for your help.
Hopefully I did. You want to go watch some spar?
Okay.
I think we can, depending on how hard they're fighting, we might be able to, like, mess them up. I usually find that if you say an incorrect equation, Valen usually gets distracted very big time.
Okay.
I think he has this one about E equals something squared. You should start with that one.
Joe, touching the camera.
It's been a while since I've seen Joe use the Force.
Nobody has to acknowledge it. I can just be blurry till I'm not. You can focus on what's happening. There we go.
You can't focus because you're
In the
blurry.
camera.
Get it?
I do get it and I appreciate it. I'm still not like fully in focus, but it's fine.
Boo, Flandy.
But I think with the two of you having this conversation and kind of moving over to the other team, this might be a good place for us to end our night. Kiroso asleep in the fucking infinite, just hanging out. The rest of
How
you
did we
guys.
get to the garden? I had one job today. I had to go meet somebody in the garden.
Oh, that's true. Well, weren't you? Were you short resting or were you long? I thought you were long resting.
It was mid-afternoon. I thought I could get a long rest before midnight, but if not, I won't have one. That's fine.
Oh, you will, right? We're not like ending the night, but like just from all the interactions.
No, we're
that
ending the
happened and
game.
stuff.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Is I had one job.
You had
I
one
get
job.
to
You
it.
did. You did.
You was too busy flirting with evil's forces.
Listen, I was stuck on a very awkward lunch.
That was so good.
And you paid.
Oh my god. I think I wanted to make sure it kind of stayed in timeline. So if they didn't get to the night and we jumped to you, I didn't want like any possible weirdness. So that's unfortunately why I got pushed back. But we'll hopefully, I don't see a reason why we wouldn't. What's that?
Foos, I just need to double check because
Yeah,
then
hit
there's have my back. We didn't find any crazy dragon slaying swords just laying around in the room after
Swords?
lighting light
No.
went away.
No.
No. Maces maybe.
You got a free
No.
talking dog, you selfish.
Free
Please,
teleporting talking dog.
Nenders has a point here, you know. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
He did mention serrated edges and runes.
When you were talking to my Leaky, I'm like, ask her for a
This
dragon
is why we
sword,
didn't
dragon
get to the
sling
one thing. The one thing we knew was on the agenda. We didn't get to it because somebody selfishly had to indulge in their one out of 14.
Hey, who asked for your little dragon idol, sir?
Yeah, it was nice. No, I'm not serious when I say I'm not serious when I'm joking that you were indulging in your
I know.
successful divine intervention because they never happened.
Fucking
I
seven.
paid for a
Okay,
strong
amazing.
gold thing. I was like, yeah, we deserve to live in this
Yeah.
moment.
The best part is I saw the 80 and then I saw the 7 again and my brain immediately thought, oh great, it's 70 something. And I was like, oh wait, that's
I know.
007. That's good.
You reacted slow, and I was like, "Sir, do you see what?"
Because I was looking at the dice on
actual
the
dice.
screen, not the.
Yeah.
I'm like,
I mean, if you wanted the dragon slaying weapon, you would have had to roll a 1, but then, you know, you could have chose not to. I don't know why.
Well, you got an upgrade of some kind anyway, so
I
it all
know,
worked
I'm
out.
so excited.
Yeah.
It was such a tough decision.
Yeah.
But hashtag we don't have a ranger, so.
We have a ranger.
Island's
but
a
yeah,
Pala
no.
Ranger. Palinger.
Palinger? It just sounds like you mispronounced palindrome or something. It just feels like he's almost there, but it's not. He got the spirit, but
Ranged
ranged in. I mean, as far as I know, it should be good. Yeah, I think everything's fine. I also want to wish a happy early birthday to our November boys because on Monday, both Flandy and Dennis have a birthday. So happy birthday, guys, in advance, because we obviously ain't gonna be streaming on Monday, but you guys have
My
a
plan
wonderful
worked.
birthday. What happened?
I told Nenners because Nenners was when he was on his hype train to kill this dragon immediately. I was like, we gotta wait till November 4th so we get our birth preparations. So at least we have some ammunition in the bag.
If we could just delay it. That being said, the two of you get D20s that do not expire at the end of the night for your birthdays. Congratulations, I guess. I don't know. But they have the same birthday, and the funniest part about it is obviously I'm very close to Netters. So when I was first meeting Flandy, and I was like, "Oh, tomorrow's my brother's birthday," and he's like, "Really? That's my birthday?" And I was like, "No, it can't be."
No, you're mistaken. It's my brother's birthday, not yours.
Basically, it's just like, this day is reserved for Nenners, and you are not allowed to share it.
Oh, goodness.
A fun moment in our history.
Birthday!
Yeah. But anyway, all that
Cool.
shit aside, guys, give me your whispers for the inspirations for
Who
next
wants
session.
inspirations?
Nenners is like, please, not me, please.
Please don't give it to me. He saw me try
yeah.
to use it for good. It doesn't work.
Oh my goodness. But anyway, as they're doing that, I was very proactive, and while our emotionally intelligent and possibly dead woman were talking, I was searching for someone to raid. So, good job for me, I guess. I'm gonna go find or get us raiding Dungeon Scrawlers. They've only been on for 20 minutes, so they started late, and that's fantastic because I feel like most of the time we're like, who's not gonna end in 2 minutes? So we're gonna go raid them, and we're gonna have a wonderful night. We'll be back on Wednesday with Task Team M, and then we should be back this Friday with our lovely Pathfinder adventure, where we are struggling, but it's fun. But anyway, have a wonderful night. Thank you so much for the raids. Thank you everyone for hanging out. Acnith, thank you so much for chilling as always. We had some first-time chatters and followers, so thank you very, very much. Everyone have a wonderful night. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. I'll talk to you later.
And join us for the raid.
And enjoy us for the raid. Bye-bye.
Yeah.